think you're better off alone?
Repeat after me.
Alright, it's time. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. Everybody give it up for your host. It's Brain.
Hey everybody, it's me. It's me, I'm back. We're here. We're doing the thing again. You know. Broadcast. How you doing, everybody? How you doing? How was your weekend? Did you have a good weekend? Did you have a good weekend? With the neighbors on the 4th of July, and then the day after I went and visited with my family. We had dinner. Then yesterday I helped my neighbor cut some branches out of his tree. I decided to do the thing, you know, to just be friendly, make friends, you know, be a good neighbor. The 4th of July was fun. 4th of July was fun. We just hung out with the neighbors and they, you know, we made some food. They made some food. We had a little cookout. It's a good time. Good time. No. If you do have like good neighbors, cherish that. They cook up. We had some smoked chicken. We brought over like a salad and some macaroni. And we brought some rolls. We picked up some rolls from Texas Roadhouse. We brought 2 boxes of rolls. My neighbor called me a whore before. What's wrong with being a whore though? Like, isn't slut shaming so like 2008? It's kind of one of those words that's lost its power, you know? Just kind of comes across as like, you're just mad because you're not getting laid, and I am, partner. Turned off my Bluetooth headphones and it made my music switch to playing on my phone instead of on my... There we go. Something that I've found helpful, especially when dealing with people who are trying to insult you, is to just treat everything as if it were a compliment. You know, they're trying to make you feel bad, they're trying to put you down. Don't give them that. Just tell them, thank you. Then walk away. Like, you're too kind. ICE is currently kidnapping people from my old neighborhood Home Depot. You know what I've heard from, I've seen like TikToks of it, or like YouTube shorts, I guess, because I don't really go on TikTok. People who own, you know, businesses where they, you know, fix your home or build stuff, and they're like, we're struggling right now. We're having a hard time getting these white boys working. What's really ironic is that all of the stereotypes that are perpetuated onto like Latin workers, you know, or like Mexican workers, or, you know, South American, whatever, it's like, it's just projection on the part of, you know, the people who are voicing those things. Just watched ASAP Science on perfectionism, and the best treatment for it is CBT, which I inadvertently got for anxiety/depression. Explains why it felt so useful. The good thing about CBT, because it is very widely used, is you can cater it to just about any type of situation. It's all about, you know, anything that could be related to an issue with my thinking. You know, I need to do a little bit of cognitive restructuring. You know, maybe I get caught in some thought loops and I need to, you know, redirect some traffic. It's really good at that kind of stuff. Some stuff you have to get in there a little bit deeper. Some stuff you have to use some different types of little tricks and techniques. You know, there's different therapeutic approaches that take advantage of the different aspects of how our brains work. You know? But the most important thing about any form of therapy is if it works for you. I'm eating a big block of Parmesan cheese because I can't be fucked to make food right now or go out. You know, whatever I did when I was in those moments is I would make myself a little pizza out of a tortilla. I would just put some sauce and some cheese on there and just toast it up a little bit. Minimal effort. The good flavor payout. But no, the good thing about doing something like CBT is that it teaches you how to have a different relationship with your thoughts. And so you might go and do therapy and you might do some CBT because you want to work on your anxiety or your depression or, you know, socialization, whatever it might be. It teaches you a new way of looking at your thinking, and it teaches you that I can change the way that I feel about stuff. I can change the way that I think about things, and you'll notice just how applicable it is to any number of different situations. So that's the cool thing about it, is it teaches you how to brain better. No problems with therapists who do CBT, but I prefer a more relational approach. You'll find that to be true. Okay, so the thing that I've noticed, I guess before I say the thing you'll find to be true, I guess this is just my own anecdotal experience. What I've noticed is that for people who have an understanding of psychology, people who are more, you know, maybe they have a degree in it, maybe they've been educated in it, you might find more of a benefit in an alternative approach than something that's a bit, you know, formulaic. Like CBT is fairly formulaic. You know, it has a method to it. It has a procedure. It is very adaptable, but it still does have, like, this is what you're trying to do and this is how you do it. I would say, for me, I would prefer to do something like existential, you know? I want to do something a little that borders more on philosophy than psychology. I feel like CBT is a really great entry point for people, and that's why it's so widely used. That's why it's so widely used. It's applicable to a wide number of situations. It's effective. And so it makes sense that that's what they'll probably try for most people if it's your first run through. Sometimes people want something that feels a bit more real, you know? Some people like a little bit of grit to you. No? Alrighty. We've got a really good presentation today. This is a revamp of one of my older presentations, because we've done a presentation on people pleasing before. This is the new and improved version. So, yeah, we have been getting some questions about it lately. So I thought it was a good time to give this one a little bit of an overhaul. So we're going to talk about what it is, why it happens, how it manifests, what to do about it. Won't want to miss it. Where are my people pleasers at? Any people pleasers in the building? Where are my people pleasers? They'll be here. When I called for them, they can't help but answer because they're people pleasers. Getting called out on this channel every day, and I love it. Welcome to Relatable Human Experience. One of the cool things about learning about psychology and mental health is, oh, okay, this actually happens all the time. A lot of people are familiar with what I'm dealing with. It's just such a load off to feel like you don't have to shoulder it alone. For the first time, I can't relate, but I'll watch anyways, might learn something new. If you are not a people pleaser, here's why you should still enjoy this presentation. You probably know people that do. So don't do it to understand yourself, do it to understand the people that you care about. Because I can guarantee that you've met someone or you know someone who has these people-pleasing tendencies. They're really common. They're really common. Do people-pleasing and anxiety work in the same way? Anxiety is what people-pleasing is made of. Think of anxiety like a material. Think of it like wood. There's any number of different ways that you can stack it, shape it. You can build all sorts of different structures out of it. It might come in the form of OCD, it might come in the form of ADHD, it might come in the form of people pleasing, it might come in the form of agoraphobia. Anxiety is the material, and people-pleasing is how it is shaped. I'm confused, isn't people-pleasing supposed to be the ideal society? Well, here's the thing. It's not a bad thing to want to be nice to other people. It's not a bad thing to be nice. It's not a bad thing to be giving. None of that is bad. What is bad is when you do it to your own detriment, or you can't tell people no. You know, you have a hard time enforcing your own boundaries or, taking care of your own needs because you can't help but just give. And so, like with many things in mental health, most of these behaviors are very common. You see them all over the place, but they're not a problem until they start to interfere with your life. So, just like with this, being a people pleaser and wanting to be nice and wanting to make people happy, it's not a bad thing. But if it's hurting you to do that, then we need to look at it more closely so that we can, find a way that works better for us. Does that make more sense? Yeah, whenever you understand that aspect of human psychology and mental health, things will just make so much more sense. Like, everything that you see that is like a disorder, everything you see that's like, you know, something that we measure as a way to like determine somebody's mental state, a lot of those things are things that people go through as just a part of normal human life. But what sets them apart is how frequent are they happening? How intense are they? How much do they interfere with your ability to function? People pleasing has almost become a reflex for me, like being on autopilot. You're gonna love this presentation because we actually say that specifically. By the way, I need to update my link for this real quick. I was running late today and I didn't have time to put everything together. I need to update my link for the chat bot so that it leads to today's slides instead of the old ones. But I'm almost done with that, so just a sec. There's no worksheet for people pleasing today because the worksheet for people pleasing is to not do a worksheet. Go do something nice for yourself. You know, go see a movie, go to the park, go buy yourself an ice cream cone. To do after your friend dies. True story for me. Sorry to hear that. It's never easy to lose a friend. Well, I lost a friend recently myself, and I would say the best thing to do is to allow yourself to feel however it is you're feeling. You know, grief is a messy, complicated thing. Just allow yourself to feel those feelings. There might be times where you feel sad, there might be times where you feel angry, there might be times where you just feel numb. Don't stuff them down, don't try to hide from them, just let them in. That's how it gets better. If you try to run from a feeling, it just means you're going to be exhausted when it finally catches up to you. Now, eventually that pain will fade and you'll just be left with those good memories of the times you had, so feel it and heal it. Hello, Joshua. Hello. I just want to say thank you for being here and for creating this community. Although I'm new here, it helps me more than you know, and it has been one of the tools that have led me to being in touch with myself and my humanity more than I ever have in my life. Well, you did all the hard work. I just said stuff. I just blew air through my meat hole, that's all I did. You did all the hard work. I'm just up here gabbing. No, thank you for the kind words. I will shortly be starting college. I'm only going to be taking a few introductory classes because for the 2 years I took away after high school, I realized I lost myself and my why. And within that self-doubt, I shut the idea of further education down because I was giving up on myself. I'm in a much better place now, therefore I am giving college a shot. I feel as if I might be getting closer to loving myself because my anxiety has been the most excruciating these past few months as I have been focusing and only making changes for the better of my life. I just want to say something real quick. Self-love is why you're doing all of these things. Self-love isn't something that you're working towards, it's something that you're acting in the name of. You know, if you ever find yourself at a point in your life where you just don't really like yourself that much, you know, like maybe I just don't like the way I'm acting, maybe I don't like the way I'm thinking, maybe I don't like the way I look, maybe I don't like who I'm hanging out with. What gets you through that, what gets you out of it, what makes it better, what takes you in the right direction is self-love. Don't think of self-love and self-like as the same thing. Sometimes it's out of self-love that we give ourselves the boost that we need, and sometimes we need to light a fire under ourselves to get us to go where we're needing to go. So, all the self-love you will ever need is already inside you, it's just a matter of uncovering it. The question here is, why do I still think about my childhood bully constantly? Ooh, I know this one. The reason why you think about them constantly is, and I don't even need to read the rest of it. I'm just gonna answer this from an understanding of how our brains work. Sometimes when our brain repeatedly brings something up to us, it's because it's trying to figure out, what do I do with this? And oftentimes this is a signal of something that we are in the process of letting go. And it might not seem that way because it's recurring a lot and you keep thinking about it a lot, but sometimes that's what our brain wants to do, because it's like, hey, what do I do with this? You know, it's the piece of fruit at the front of your refrigerator that's just slowly going bad, and you see it every time you open the fridge and you're like, what do I do about this? Will I ever be able to outgrow what they did to me? You're already doing it. You're already in the process of doing it. You are already more grown than they were whenever you were getting bullied. So, just keep doing what you're doing, keep heading in the direction you're going, because you're doing great. Why do I even care anymore if it's in the past? Good question. That's why your brain brings it up to you, because it's like, hey, do I still need this, or can I let this go? So whenever your brain brings it up to you, just ask yourself that question. Is this something I need to keep? Or is this something I'm ready to let go of? When it comes to letting go of thoughts like this, imagine it as if you're cutting fabric, and every time you think it, and every time you say, actually, I'm gonna let this go, that's like cutting a single thread off of that fabric. And then it comes again and you cut another thread. And then it comes again and you cut another thread. And then it might take many repetitions. There might be many threads. It might be very strongly connected. But every time that you say, no, I'm letting this go, that's you redirecting from it. That's you strengthening a new connection instead of the old connection. That's you taking your power back, one thread at a time. As my self-worth grows, the more I think about all the things they said. And I never used to think about them before this self-growth journey started. They go to the college I will be attending, and I am scared shitless. They seem so happy, and I know they might not be inside, but why is it I suffer with my own brain while they get to grow in peace after all they did? I think you'll find that satisfying ending that you're looking for. I think you'll find that feeling of peace and comfort that you're looking for. I'm not sure how, I'm not sure why, but I just feel like it will happen. When it comes to finding more peace and happiness in our life, it's really important to remember that comparison is the theft of joy. I can't stack up my happiness and peace against anybody else's happiness and peace. First off, because we don't know if they're just faking it. They could be miserable deep down. You know, maybe they just... Because sometimes that's what you see. Sometimes you see people who act the happiest. They're doing it because it's like they're trying to prove it to themselves or to prove it to the people around them. So in the end, we can never really know what somebody's thinking. The only person that we know what they're thinking is us. And so it's only up to us to deal with our own thoughts. We need to tend our own garden. Focus on what we're growing in our garden instead of thinking about what somebody else has growing in their garden. Best case scenario, they grow up, they mature, they realize the error of their ways, and then they feel indebted to you, and then you've got a loyal friend. You know? Best case scenario. So, if we're thinking about the worst case scenario, and we're thinking about, the worst possible things that could happen, it's also important to think about the best possible outcome. Maybe it comes up and say, hey, I was such an asshole. I was just really insecure. The things I said to you, the things I did, it just wasn't right. I hope you have it in you to forgive me. And that's part of the cool thing about knowing people as adults is that they can grow, they can change. You're not the same person that you were in childhood, and neither are they, so who knows? We like to believe that people can grow and change. We like to believe that people can grow and change. We want to see people doing better. We want to see people learning from their mistakes. We want to see people become kinder, more compassionate, more empathetic, right? And we need to have hope that people are doing it. Like you're headed in the right direction. Just keep up the good work. Whenever your brain brings up old stuff, and you might have those feelings of like, why am I still thinking about this? Why am I not over this yet? You don't need to take that as an opportunity to like beat yourself up or make yourself feel bad for still holding on to something. It's not like you chose to think it, like you wanted to think it. We want to try to change how we respond to those types of thoughts. I don't need to view this as an opportunity to just punish myself and beat myself up for the content of my thoughts. Instead, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to reflect. Reflect on how far I've come. Reflect on how much growth I've had. and reflect on what it is I want to do with these thoughts or these feelings. Because if there's anything I know, it's that sometimes in life the most random stuff will become unearthed. You know, you'll be in a place that will evoke a memory, or you'll smell a certain smell, you'll catch a whiff of it on the breeze, and it'll bring this old memory back that you had completely forgotten about. Being human is a lifelong process. I find it's best to show yourself grace. I'll never be over it. That's what our haters say. Why do we want to be one of them? If you have the belief I'll never be over it, tweak it. Slight reframe. I'm not over it yet. Makes a world of difference. I'll never be over it. That's you looking ahead. That's you predicting your own future. If you can predict the future, then I need you to give me the Powerball numbers, and I need you to give them to me right now. To go to class. I smelled something the other day that reminded me of being in the cafeteria early in the morning at my elementary school. Right? It's wild how that happens. Smells especially. Smells will do that more than like any other type of sensory input. I think it's because your olfactory bulb, which is the part of your brain that produces the response to, or like understands or translates sensory information of smell, I think it's located closer to your like your memory storage parts of your brain, but quote me on that one. Feel like a human? Well, do you feel like you? That matters more. What does it mean to feel like a human? 8 billion different examples of what that means. I feel like me, but I don't know, something about the way I perceive the world, there's just something off about it. Off about you, or off about the way you see it? Nothing wrong with seeing the world in a unique way, we kind of need more of that. If you're looking out and you're seeing something off with the world itself, I would say good, you probably should, it means you're paying attention. But getting fixated on how many of us there are and how we're all going through our own things. Isn't that kind of cool? You know what's also kind of cool is that in helping yourself, you also help others. About the way I exist, I don't feel like a part of the world, or it feels fake sometimes, like a video game. The best fix I've found for that is to spend some time in nature. Go find the biggest rock you can and go sit on it and just look at the trees, listen to the birds, take big deep breaths, look at all the plants and the bugs and all that other stuff. I find it to be very grounding. You You know, to remind myself I am a part of the natural order. Biggest rock near me is several thousand feet up. Well, get to climbing. I feel like it's not unusual to feel a little bit disconnected or a little bit like, you know, what is all this? What is going on right now? And it's because there's a lot of craziness going on in the world. You see a lot of humans behaving badly, and it makes you feel confused about what it must mean to actually be a human. Like, I feel like maybe we should be a bit more kind and compassionate and patient and all that stuff, but, I don't know. Other people seem pretty keen on blowing each other up, and that's just kind of weird to me. Looking out at the state of the world, it should make you uncomfortable. It should make you feel weird, and that's a good thing that it does, because that's the feeling that's going to help you motivate yourself to do something about it. It would be terrible if you looked out at the state of the world and you felt okay and correct and everything is going as it should, and I feel good and confident and, you know, understanding of what it means to be human. I like the quote, "Nothing that is human is alien to me. I might be doing okay now, but you never know." Yeah, that's the thing about being human. It can mean just about anything. Humans are into all sorts of shenanigans, as I'm sure you've noticed. We liked the First World War so much we decided to have another one. Then after that, we just couldn't stop. We're like, let's keep making bigger bombs. Let's keep making bigger bullets. Let's make faster planes. Let's make fucking lasers and drones. And it's like, okay. Okay. Yeah, alright. This might sound bold of me to say. This is going to be a very brave take, but I just want to say I think blowing people up is a bad idea. I don't care who you are. I don't care what God you pray to. I don't care where you live. I don't care what you look like. If you wake up and you think, today I'm going to blow some people up with this bomb I've got, I think that's fucked up. Fucked up take, I know, but I'm not gonna apologize for it. I said what I said. You're just gonna have to live with it. Anti-blowing people up. Unless it's voluntary. If I support a person's I support a person's right to blow themselves up as long as it doesn't bring any harm or damage to themselves or to the environment. You know? If it makes you happy and it's not hurting anybody, I got no problem with it. So much for the tolerant left. No, it's true. I'm actually a part of the intolerant left. I'm part of the intolerant left because I'm intolerant of fascism. I'm intolerant of bigots. I'm intolerant of, you know, a lot of things, actually. When I get down to thinking about it, like, there's a whole lot of stuff that I'm intolerant of. The left is a scam. And coincidentally, it's, you know, leftist ideology that gives you the freedom to say that in the first place. It's the thing I will never understand about others. Why do people give two fucks about what someone else is doing with their life if it's not affecting anyone? Do you want me to tell you? I'll tell you why some people do that. It's because they don't have... There's just something going on up here. You know, it might be a hardware issue, it might be a software issue. It's hard to say. Kind of depends on the person that you're dealing with. But due to whatever reason, these people just cannot view the world outside of themselves. You know, they look at the world the same way a toddler looks at the world. Everything has to do with them, everything revolves around them. And so if they're a man and they would never want to kiss a man, the idea of a man kissing another man offends them. They're like, why they, It's like they can't help but like superimpose themselves into it because they're so egocentric that they self-insert themselves into anything. They're like, I would never do that. But it's like, but you don't have to. Who gives a fuck if other people do it? Yeah, we form these like pathways in our mind that tell us like this is what is normal, this is how the world works, and anything that goes outside of that enters the realm of fear of the unknown. The unknown is scary. We're not sure who's hiding in that bush. It could be a big angry tiger. Putting ideas in my head should be illegal. I was driving around once and I was I was just browsing through the radio stations because, you know, I was just in a situation where I had no choice. I had to listen to the radio. So I was just scrolling through the stations and I pop up on this, I don't know, it's some like right-wing talk show or something. And I'm just like, what the fuck are these people talking about? And this guy was just going on about it. He was like, you will be made to care. You will be made to care. You will be forced to have an opinion on everything. You will be made to care about the plight and the hardships of everyone else. They were just they were just talking about it like it was this big scary thing. Like, oh no, I have to give a shit. It was so bad. It was just, I'm just like, they are. Some of these people are just afraid that they have to care. They're just afraid that they have to care. They're like, they're like, I don't want to have an opinion on those things. I don't want to have to think about the hardships of other people. I don't want to know, you know what I mean? It's just like, I only want to care about me and my life and what you know what I mean? It's like, anyway. Anyway, I just think it's funny that there are people out there who are literally afraid to care. As if it would cost them much of anything at all. Just a few seconds of your time. Robin here. Hi, Robin. I have a new development. I've mentioned before that I have a traumatic past with religion and spirituality. It kind of has kept me from being able to connect with my spiritual side. Right? Like, that's something that happens a lot with people who are brought up in, religious institutions, especially ones that are like manipulative and controlling or cultish. It's like it might really tarnish the idea of like faith or spirituality or, the belief in something bigger. If you have to eat a shit sandwich, don't let that ruin all food for you, Find something that still tastes good. Find something that you can enjoy. Find something you can really sink your teeth into. Recently, by accident, a friend of mine got me into tarot cards. It's currently a new hyperfixation of mine. I have an app. I watch the tarot category on Twitch. Do I logically believe it? Nah, but it's allowing me to be delusionally optimistic about things during these horrible, awful times. As if that's such a bad thing. Isn't optimism that, the idea that things can get better, like, isn't that going to be a necessary component of making things better? The thing about tarot is that it's meant to just be like a thought exercise. It's meant to, it's like more like thinking prompts. It's like a meditative exercise, an introspective exercise. It just helps to create a little bit of framework that you can kind of view what's going on in your head, what's going on in your life, the direction that you're moving in. And that's the cool thing about meditative practices, is that they can be non-secular, they can be non-spiritual, but what you'll notice is that when you do practice them enough, it can't help but feel that way. You start to feel the magic of it a little bit. So who cares if it's delusional? We're having fun. I also think it's helping me look for certain feelings or scenarios in my life, work on self-improvement, find what speaks to me, and it's kind of silly and interesting too, but yeah, I thought I would share. This feels like a step in the right direction for my mental health. I agree. The cool thing about it is that it's basically you practicing some visualization, like looking at that next step, thinking about the direction you're moving in, thinking about what stuff you're holding on to, thinking about what stuff you're ready to let go of. There doesn't have to be any sort of like mysticism or magic involved. Introspection, visualization, these are non-secular, but still scientifically backed techniques that can help you feel a greater sense of agency. It can help you feel like you're moving in the right direction. I know people who might say that it's stupid, but if it's stupid and it works, then it isn't really stupid, is it? I use Buddhism and Taoism the same way, but there's definitely spiritual elements. That's the thing, is like when you start to get into these types of practices, what you'll notice is that there are people within those practices who do take it very spiritually. They treat it like a religion. I don't think that you need to be that way in order to get benefit from it, but it's all about what brings you peace and comfort and happiness and whatever motivates you to be your best human, you know? Still don't want to attend any religious groups? How about a philosophy group? At the end of the day, I'm just happy because Robin's got a hobby. Robin's got a new hobby, and I'm happy about it. If you're interested in Buddhism and Taoism, another interesting read, the Bhagavad Gita. I recently read the Bhagavad Gita, and I really like the description of what, you know, the essence of the source would be, whatever that is. Some people are like, it's the creator. Some people call it God. Some, you know, there are all sorts of different names for it. But it's basically just like, where did all this come from? What is it that makes up everything? The Taoism and the description of the ultimate or the everything is very similar to its depiction within the Bhagavad Gita. So if you like the concept of the Tao, you would probably find the Bhagavad Gita to also be an interesting read. The whole book, it's not very long. You can get through it in a couple hours. It's basically just this guy on a battlefield in a chariot, and he's sitting there with God, and he's just like telling him about what it is to be God and what it's all like and what it's all about. And he's like, I'm everything, dude. I am everything. I'm you, I'm me, I'm all this stuff around, I'm all of it. And he's like, whoa, that's crazy. And he's like, but I'm also all this. And he like shows him like the unspeakable eldritch horror Lovecraftian nightmare. He's like, yeah, I'm that too. It's crazy, right? And he's like, but I'm also this. And it's like, it's funny. I found it to be an enjoyable read. It's like God shows up and he's wearing a nice suit and he just like pulls it open. He's like, by the way, I'm also this horrific nightmare that exists beyond your comprehension. And he's like, kind of crazy, huh? He's like, yep, that's what I mean when I say I'm everything. W. Alright, this last submission is a link to a YouTube video. So we'll check this out real quick. It also says couldn't find a version without a satisfying video taking up half the screen. Don't you just love content brain rot? Don't you just love it when you find a bit of content that's just been run through the brain rot filter like 4 times and it's like, not only is it this, but it's also like a satisfying, oh, they gotta put this up here too. The original clip just, it's like this big in the middle and there's... I've gotten to the point where if there's another video going on next to the video, I'm distracted. I can't listen to what they're talking about because I'm looking at this person cut soap.
If an alien came upon Earth and sees this one species, Homo sapiens, so they've spread all over the world. That's great. We love that. Let's look a little.
This is Neil Tyson talking about how if aliens came to Earth, they wouldn't find intelligent life. You know, People have their opinions about Neil Tyson. I think he is right on this one. He points out some of the pretty major flaws within humanity.
If an alien came upon Earth and sees this one species, Homo sapiens, so they've spread all over the world. That's great. We love that. Let's look a little closer.
Also, if you don't like it, you can just watch the oddly satisfying video at the bottom.
Oh, wait a minute. They're harming them and they're killing them. And why? Oh, because their skin color is differently reflective of sunlight than their skin color. Or they're worshiping that, and they learn all of this about us, and they'll rush back home and report that there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth. If an alien came up.
The longer clip goes more into it. I have seen that clip before, but he basically just points out a lot of just the weird ways that we as humans treat each other. He's like, they draw these invisible lines on the ground and you can't cross that line unless you have paperwork that says that you can, and you know, we're still blowing up people. It's like, yeah. How does he know aliens aren't doing the same? If you reach the level of being able to travel interstellar distances, you've probably got most of those things worked out within your species. You know, you need to get past certain thresholds to be able to advance that far without destroying yourself. So the idea is that if somebody's capable of building a ship and they're here to simply observe us, you know, they're not here to like strip our planet of natural resources or enslave the populace or just blow us up for fun. You know, they're here to observe us and look, you know, just to watch what we do and, you know, understand us, then they're probably pretty scientifically minded. And they're probably peaceful. You think we would change if we knew about aliens? Probably not. We'd probably be all about it for a little while, but then it'd be like, all right, well, you know, I still gotta go clock in. You know, somebody's gotta keep delivering the mail. It's just like a stack of junk mail and credit card applications. It's like, somebody's gotta keep carrying the mail. I think greed really brings out the worst in people, and we have a system that is perpetuated by greed. We have a situation where, you know, greed is actively encouraged. It's treated like a good thing, and you can see just how badly that's fucked us up. Greed is just, it's such squirrel brain behavior. It's like, gotta get the biggest pile of nuts because winter's coming and I don't want to, I don't want to share my nuts with anybody else. What if I run out of nuts? Get worse. Right now, I'm of the belief that it's going to get worse before it gets better, but I do believe that it will get better. That's where I'm at. I will always be an optimist, but I will also always try to be as realistic as I can with my, you know. We're cutting it close, though. It's uncomfortable. We're getting uncomfortably close. I used to believe in the idea that our perspectives are constantly being fucked with by being at the top of the food chain for so long. We've been at the top of the food chain for so long that we decided to come up with our own food chain just within us. It's just do it with money. We don't have to eat people. You can just essentially own them. Maybe you can't legally own them. Maybe, you can't have a slave, but you can own their time. You can make it so that they come in on that weekend, even though they requested it off. You can make sure that you deny their request off if they want to go to a funeral. You can just, you have ways of, controlling people. And some people are really driven by that desire. People who have power are not going to let it go easily. They're not going to let it go without a fight. Why would they? You've seen what they've done to us already. You think they won't do worse? Have you ever met the type of person that would rather break their toy than let you play with it? Have you ever met the type of person that gets angry that you have a toy and they don't, so they break it? That's who we're dealing with. They're just grown up now. Alright, everybody. Are you ready? Where are my people pleasers at? Are you ready, people pleasers? Or if you're not a people pleaser, you probably know one. I would say that people-pleasing behaviors are pretty common. If I had to give a rough guess, at least 20%, 25%, maybe more, 30%, pretty high. At least, well, hold on, let's look at it this way. If like 40% of people struggle with anxiety and people-pleasing is often a symptom of anxiety, then you're going to see a lot of overlap there. And even if only half of them, that's still 20% of people. So, number's pretty high, is the point. So, if you're not one, you probably know one. Ready? Oh, I'm ready. This will be a good one. Alright, so maybe you've never heard of this before. Maybe this is new to you. That's fine. We're going to start off by talking about what is people pleasing? What does that mean exactly? Why is it a bad thing? Shouldn't we want to be nice? Shouldn't we want to be kind and giving? People pleasing is a behavioral pattern, and this is one where a person will prioritize other people, other people's needs, other people's desires, or other people's comfort over their own. And oftentimes they do this to their own detriment. Hey man, I need $20. So it's like, well, I need that $20 because I got to pay my electric bill. Oh, come on, man, I'll give it back to you. Don't worry, I'm good for it. Like, okay, fine. All right, here you go. Oh, thanks, man. Don't worry, I got you. And then they never pay you back. You have a hard time saying no. We're going to go deeper in on where this behavior comes from, but in general, this is often rooted in some pretty basic human needs. We have a need for validation, we have a need for approval, and we have a need to feel a sense of worth. So this is a way that we're responding to some basic human needs. The thing about people pleasing is that it often feels automatic or like a reflex. As I mentioned earlier. You know, when we were talking about it earlier, someone in chat was saying that they often feel like they do it on autopilot. Oftentimes, people pleasers have had to play the role of peacemaker. You know, when you see people start to get agitated or frustrated, you go into people pleasing mode so that you can maintain the peace. Gave my cousin $500 for her towed car when I was 19. Imagine borrowing $500 from a 19-year-old and never paying them back. That's just fucked up. You're borrowing money from what is basically a child. You should ask her, though. You should remind her of that. Be like, it's due with interest. Be like, I've actually been calculating interest this entire time. You owe me $1,300. I'm a serial people pleaser, and I think I'm actually pretty good at it. Yeah, I'm out there leaving notes for the police to find. I'm out there leaving puzzles. I'm out there calling the FBI and taunting them. You know, I'm a pretty good serial people pleaser. The thing about people pleasing is that it's not the same as like genuine kindness. You know, a person who engages in people-pleasing behavior don't always do it because they want to do it. They don't want to do it because they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They do it because they feel like they gotta do it. It's a learned behavior. And it stems back to things like a fear of rejection. Or you're avoiding conflict. You know, you don't want to upset anybody. You don't want anybody to get mad at you. This is what people pleasing is. Any questions on what it is before we talk about why it happens? Don't people please? I agree. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. We've got a slide on what chronic people pleasing can do to you. I know I'm a people pleaser, but I was taught it. That's a common way that people will develop people pleasing behaviors, is they were raised by people pleasers. Sometimes we do it for survival. Sometimes we do it just because it was normalized for us. We inherited it. Weird though, because I'm conflict avoidant, and then my media consumption is like, I love conflict and violence. That actually makes perfect sense. Because whenever you restrain it to your media consumption, that gives you control over it. You can decide when and where and how long you want to, you know, subject yourself to it. It doesn't have to be your life, you know? It doesn't have to, you know, you don't have to live in it. You just get to visit. I think being friends with very opinionated people has reinforced it too. I can't get my voice out. Just start doing this. Just start putting your hand up. Alright, so we know what people pleasing is. Where does it come from exactly? Let's go a little bit deeper into it. It's really important to understand where a behavior comes from. It's not always necessary. Like, just think about it for a minute. Like, maybe it was a certain thing that was said to you or a certain thing that happened. It doesn't matter so much the specific. We're just trying to understand the trend. You know, maybe it was early on in my life. Maybe it was a little bit later in my life. Maybe it was in my school years. Maybe it was in my adolescence. You know, it's just kind of important to recognize the general themes. When we understand where something got started, it can help us to change that behavior. People pleasing is very often a learned behavior, and it often forms in early life. It's especially common in environments where love or safety feel conditional. You know, if I'm not on my caregiver's good side, then, you know, my love and safety are compromised. And so, in order to keep them happy, I'm going to prioritize their emotional well-being, and I'll do whatever I need to do to just make sure to maintain that, because as long as they're happy with me, I'm okay. You'll see it very commonly in people who grow up with either emotionally unavailable, unpredictable, or overly demanding caregivers. Emotionally unavailable, you know, you have a hard time going to them when you have a good day or a bad day, and so you're kind of made to feel like your thoughts and feelings don't really matter, and so, you know, it's more of a focus is put on what the caregiver wants to do or how the caregiver is feeling. Maybe they were unpredictable. You're not sure who you're going to get that day. Are you going to get the good one or the mean one? You know, or maybe they're overly demanding. Maybe nothing is ever good enough. You know, maybe you try your best and you do everything you can, but then they just want to point out the flaws. You know, so it's just never satisfying for them. The thing about people-pleasing behaviors is that they are often reinforced with praise. This is part of the reason why they tend to stick with us, is because for many of us, we're taught that it's a good thing to be that way. Oh, look how easygoing you are. Oh, aren't you just so helpful? Oh, so selfless. Oh, what a wonderful person. You know, so oftentimes you get, you know, praised for acting this way because, you know, you're putting other people's needs first. That's so commendable of you. I believe that's all it is for my mom. You know, a lot of people will rely on people-pleasing behaviors to keep themselves safe. You know, if I'm nice and giving and compassionate with others, then I've got nothing to worry about. You know, if I just say yes. In some cases, people-pleasing is a trauma response. Or you might see somebody who grew up just chronically being made to feel emotionally invalid. So the thing about people-pleasing is that you'll see it in a spectrum. You know, it could be on the minor side. You know, maybe it was just something that you learned because it was what your parents did. You know, maybe your parents were people pleasers, and so you saw them do it, and you're just like, okay, this is just what we do. Or in some cases, maybe it's a bit more severe. Regardless of where you're at, you can still do something about it, and we can still make it better. So, We'll get there. All I want sometimes is a pat on the head. All right, come here. There you go. You showed up. You're doing your best, and we're proud of you, okay? There you go. Anybody else? How is learned behavior different from being directly taught the habits by your caregiver? It's basically the same. The thing about a learned behavior is that you can learn by just watching other people, or they can actually teach you how to do it. You know, or you can learn it as a part of your experiences. You know, and so whether or not it's intentionally taught to you, it's still something that you learn. Now I'm thinking if every time I've done something I wanted to do, I've been people pleasing instead. Hey, don't forget, you're people too. Don't forget to take a turn for yourself. You're a people pleaser, huh? Aren't you people? Alright. Let's talk about some different ways that people pleasing can show up in our daily life. So for you, we have here some common examples of people pleasing behaviors. Feel free, you can keep count if you want. The big one, we're going to start off with that one. Saying yes when you want to say no. Even if it's stressful, even if you're exhausted, even if you're already stretched too thin. All right, let's try this one. If you have a hard time saying no, I want you to practice saying no right now, okay? I want everybody here, if you're watching, I want you to gift 5 subs right now. Gift 5 subs right, every single one of you, gift 5 subs. I see, the thing is I want, so we're practicing no. Give me 5 subs. I would if I had money. F. Tanu Tuva just gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Tanu Tuva. You apparently don't know how to listen. Tanu, you fool. You've fallen right into my trap. I do what I want. That's because you're a boss. Anyway, the reason why we did that exercise was because if you have a hard time saying no, an easy way to start building that up is to just start saying no in very easy to say no situations. And this is often helpful if you have somebody else with you. This is like a co-op activity. Just have someone with you that can ask you to do stupid stuff and then practice saying no to them. Like, hey, you want to eat that bug? Hey, you want to lick that doorknob? it might sound silly, but just practicing saying no in a controlled, predictable way can make it easier. You know, sometimes it's just hard to get the word out, but when you practice it a little bit, it'll make it easier in the moments when it really counts. I feel like I have to make an excuse why instead of saying no. Just say no. Just be like Nancy Reagan. Just say no. Just remember that if instead of saying no, you start giving an excuse or you start making up a reason, that's just you saying maybe. That's different from saying no. All right. I want you to take this into your head and I want you to etch it. I want you to find the back wall of your brain and I want you to find a free space and I want you to carve this one in. Well, great. Green bean sushi roll beat me to it. I was just about to say that. I was about to say, no is a complete sentence. You don't have to elaborate. You don't have to explain. You don't have to make excuses. Hard no feels mean sometimes, but that's just the pleaser in me. If it feels that way, that means you're headed in the right direction. Because you're not saying no to be mean, you're saying no to respect your own boundary. You're saying no to show yourself some respect. Saying no to others is like saying yes to yourself. Alright, number 2. Another common people-pleasing behavior, avoiding conflict or suppressing your opinions in order to keep the peace. My brother wanted me to go over to his friend's house, but I needed some decompression time and told him no. See, there you go. Easy peasy. Just remember, saying no is easy. It used to be your favorite word. Back when you were 2. If you have a hard time saying no right now, why were you better at it as a 2-year-old? 2-year-old you loved the word no. They said it all the time. You're telling me you're gonna get outperformed by a baby? That's just the way I view some things. That's the way I view some things in life, is like, well, you know what? As a child, I was actually really good at this, so I'm a big boy now, so this shouldn't be hard for me. I'm not gonna let a baby show me. I'm not gonna let a baby show me up. Can't even wipe his own butt. I've been wiping my own butt for months now. Common people-pleaser behavior, avoiding conflict in order to keep the peace. This also ties into the first one. You know, maybe you say yes in order to do number 2, to avoid conflict. Or you keep your opinions to yourself. Does Newton say dada yet? No, his first words was peanut. Stop sharing my thoughts at some point. We encourage that here. It's because I have an addiction to knowing what's on people's minds, and it feeds me like some sort of vampire. thoughts. How could that squirrel be so vulgar as to say nut and pee? It's his two favorite things. Number 3. This is why we have the no apologies rule. It's for the people pleasers out there. Another common people pleasing behavior: apologizing for things that aren't your fault, or constantly minimizing your own needs. Like, no, it's okay. Like, don't worry about me. I'm fine. It's okay. Don't worry. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to, be such a bother. Sorry for apologizing. You better not be. Now I'm confused. Get out of my head, Charles. Anyway, no apologizing. Tuna sub with onions. We woke up and chose stinky today. Been able to swap in thank you instead of apologizing, and it's working pretty well. I love the power of thank you. My favorite way to use thank you is to throw people for a loop. Sometimes people will try to say stuff because they want to get a rise out of you, they want to get under your skin, they want to make you feel insecure or down or bad about yourself. So don't give them what they want, because they suck. Why would I give them what they want? And so I say, well, thank you. Of all the things in the universe that you could be talking about, think about me. Talking about me. And you're never going to get that back. It's mine now. And I'm not giving it back to you. You sent energy my way. What's the line between people pleasing and being considerate? That's the line that we're trying to find. Because the thing about people pleasing is that it often comes at a detriment to the person that does it. Because of a lot of these reasons here. When you're considerate, you're still able to be considerate of yourself. People pleasing is like being overly considerate of other people, but under considerate for yourself. Number 4, if you ever feel anxious or guilty when taking time for yourself. What is this Prezi about? You had to guess. BFF is a constant apologizer, then you need to implement the bonk rule. I feel like that's a good rule to have when dealing with constant apologizers. One of the things that I like to do with my friends if I find them being overly apologetic is I like to pretend like I'm mad at them and be like, I swear, if you apologize to me one more time over something that isn't actually your fault or something you didn't do, I'm gonna be so mad at you. I'm gonna be pissed. Better not catch you apologizing to me without actually doing something. it or not, don't even try it. Another common people-pleasing behavior, having a hard time asking for help. Or having a hard time expressing your preferences. I've explained the bonk procedure to her and she liked it. Next time I'm going to go aggro on her, get a big inflatable, either like a bat or a big inflatable hammer. Like, just look at this. Like, this is what I have in mind. You know, something like this. So, I want to talk about this last one here for just a second. Why would people pleasing and having a hard time asking for help be commonly related? What does struggling to ask for help have to do with people pleasing? Made me think, why am I not a personal chef for myself? Why don't we cook food at home? It's me, I'm a private chef for myself. I love my clients though, so I try to make food that tastes good. We don't want to bother anyone. That's probably a big part of it. Minimizing needs, yep. Whenever we ask for help, we might feel like that's making it about me. That's making me the priority. That's making me, you know, the focus. And sometimes that might not be a place that we're comfortable to be in. You know, especially if we've been accustomed to being brushed to the side or being minimized or having our needs downplayed. Cooking is the worst. Now, cooking is actually the best because you can find out exactly what you like to eat and you can make it exactly the way that you want it. And nobody else can do that because nobody else has the same exact sense of taste as you. One more thing to think about. Let's put on our thinking caps for a moment. If I were a people pleaser and I were to have a hard time asking people for help, well, how does the people pleaser feel when people ask them for help? The thing about being a people pleaser is that when someone comes to you and asks you for help, it might not always be something where it's like, sure, like I'm ready, I'm willing, I'm able. It's like sometimes it might make them feel anxious. Sometimes it might make them feel, you know, stressed out because they feel like, well, I have to say yes. I have, like, saying no isn't an option. And so they don't want to put people in that same position that they're in whenever they're asked for help. Does that make sense? Like people pleasers, they feel like they can't say no and that they have to help whenever people ask them for help, and they don't want to put that on anybody because they might have the feeling that other people feel the same way. They don't want to stress anybody out. They don't want to, put anybody out. They don't want to, because that's often how they feel whenever they're asked for help. People pleasers are very often overwhelmed because when you're always prioritizing other people's needs, it makes it hard for you to get the rest and the leisure that you need in order to function. One more common thing you'll see, the need for external reassurance in order to feel okay about the choices that you make. Like, no, it's okay, take a break. No, you've earned it. Go ahead, take the rest of the day off. You deserve it. You should do this. What we want to do is be able to internally validate. We want that internal reassurance. I need to take a break. I need to look after myself. I need to take good care of myself. I do need to have good boundaries. You know what? You can try this one on for size. If you have a hard time giving yourself internal reassurance, if you have a hard time putting those thoughts into words using your own voice, just use my voice. Just pretend I said it. Just take a little me and put them in your brain, and anytime you need a positive affirmation or something to uplift you, just hear it in my voice. Like, keep going, Tiger. Proud of you. You're trying your best, aren't you? You're heading in the right direction. Look at you go. Life is an inside job, and I'm just trying to cash out on my PTO. I'm making my brain domain TTS AI companion on 11 Labs as we speak. If you do actually want to train me into a voice AI, let me know and I will give you vocal samples. I'll read out paragraphs that make a wide variety of sounds so that you can get an accurate representation of my voice. It's something I've actually always wanted to get around to. So if you do actually make one, send me a link to it. I want to talk to it as a meditative exercise. Can you say yes, Queen? Unfortunately, I can't because Pride Month is over, and although I am an ally, oh my god, I was memeing. I don't know how to do it yet. It's actually not that hard. You just upload an audio sample, just a few minutes long of the person speaking, but there are certain things that you can say. Like, there are paragraphs that have like a wide variety of like different types of sounds that, it just helps to train those types of things. It doesn't have to be anything long, but if you do want to make an AI copy of my voice, let me know. I've been thinking about doing it myself. Must be weird hearing yourself talk back to you. Yeah, whenever I did a guided meditation and then I went through and listened to it because I wanted to make sure it was good, it was pretty trippy. It was pretty trippy listening to a guided meditation that I recorded. I would recommend, though. It was pretty fun. Right. So these are some common ways that people pleasing shows up. Did we find these relatable? I would say that probably get a little bit of all of them. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I think I'm out of my people pleasing, and we're here for it, honestly. Would love that for you. I feel mean setting boundaries sometimes. That's normal. That's normal to feel that way. You know, but what you need to remember is that if you're not setting boundaries, then you're being mean to yourself. We just have an easier time being mean to ourselves than we do feeling like we're being mean to others. It's not always that we're being mean, though, in setting a boundary, you know, to just say no. You know, sometimes we need to set boundaries with people because if not, we enable them. And that could actually be doing more harm to them. Like if you had somebody, like a family member or a friend come to your house and they're like, hey, do you mind if I, you know, start a meth lab in your garage? You probably want to have a boundary there, and you probably want to say, no, it's good to see you, but, you know. I think with the previous slide, how people pleasing develops probably means it shows up in different ways. Oh yeah, absolutely. It all boils down to wanting things to feel safe and predictable. That's really what it's all about, is just, you know, where we're trying to just feel a sense of control in life. Right. So, let's talk about what it looks like when people pleasing is unchecked. What happens if people pleasing tendencies are left unmanaged? Well, it can affect your quality of life. Let's talk about it. It can take you to a place where you feel burnt out, emotionally exhausted, and you also lose your sense of identity. You know, you're not really living for yourself, you're living for others. You know, you're so focused on what other people want, you forget, what do I want? People-pleasing tendencies create lopsided relationships. You're always giving, and you're rarely receiving. What this can end up doing is this can put you in a place where you might be taken advantage of by people who seek out people who are giving. We want our relationships to have a healthy give and take. The way that I heard it phrased, and I forget where it comes from, so I don't know who I can quote on this, but one of the best ways to approach a relationship, whether it's a romantic relationship, you know, your partner, whether it's a friend, it should feel like it's 60-40, but you're both trying to be the 60. want things to be as equal as possible between us, but I also don't mind doing extra because I care about you. I don't mind going out of my way to, express my love. So yeah, try to find those relationships, Chronic people pleasing can make it hard for us to be honest with ourselves about what it is that we actually want or what it is that we're actually feeling. And it's because we've spent so much time focusing on what other people want and how other people feel that we have a hard time looking at how we want or looking at what we want or how we feel. So it just interferes with our ability to be open and honest with ourselves. Something we mentioned earlier was that if we are a people pleaser, people may take advantage of our willingness to overextend. This often happens unintentionally. People aren't always doing this intentionally, but other people will. Your boss said they couldn't find your email. Well, now you have a great excuse for any time your boss has anything to complain about with you. Just like, well, I can't find your email. I forwarded the original email. Oop. Well, that's just a reminder that people don't always get promoted to supervisory roles because they're good at their job. They often get promoted to those roles because they're an asshole. Alright, one last thing. If we leave people-pleasing tendencies unmanaged, what happens over time is that you might start to feel disconnected, invisible. Might feel like people don't notice you, like people don't care about you, like you don't matter. Or it can make you feel resentful. It can make you direct those negative feelings outwards towards other people. How come everybody else gets to live the life they want to live? How come I always have to sacrifice? How come I always get the short end of the stick? All right. Let's do some reframing. Let's do some reframing here. Let's talk about the urge to please. If you have a desire to make other people happy, this often comes from a place of empathy and emotional intelligence. And so while you may be a people pleaser now, what we want to do is we want to recognize that these traits within me aren't bad. I just need to regulate them. Deep down, I'm a caring, understanding, empathetic person, and that's good. I should want to make the people in my life that I care about happy. Isn't that the whole point? And so these are powerful traits for a person to have. But if we don't have proper self-respect, these traits can become a burden to us. You spread yourself too thin. You gotta remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. You don't have to choose between being kind and being honest. Healthy boundaries are what allow us to form that bridge between self-respect and connection to others. Don't feel bad for setting healthy boundaries. Healthy boundaries are essential. A boundary is part of what defines an object. It's what helps you to define yourself. If you let go of this persona, this idea that I have to always be nice, I have to always be a nice person, I always have to, be kind and attentive and, putting others first, and this persona that we maintain with these people-pleasing traits are getting in the way of our ability to form real mutual relationships. When you build relationships on a foundation of people pleasing, you are creating a lopsided structure. If you want that structure to actually stand the test of time, it needs to have balance. Now, what I'm not saying here is that you can't be a nice person or that you shouldn't be a nice person. Of course you should be a nice person. You should always try to be kind. What we're letting go of isn't kindness. What we're letting go of is being disingenuous to ourselves. Putting other people before us always. Alrighty, here you go. Here's the money slide. Here's what you came to see. Now that we've talked all about what people-pleasing is and some of the different ways it gets shaped, let's talk about how to break the pattern. We need to include ourselves in the kindness, absolutely. The way that we treat ourselves sets the standard for how we treat others. If we don't take good care of ourselves, how are we supposed to take good care of others? It's just going to lead us to a place of feeling exhausted and resentful. Like, you need time to look out for yourself. That was the tricky part. Well, don't worry, we're gonna get into it. Just gonna take a moment to stretch in case anybody wanted to subscribe while we were here. You know, since we hit the money slide, and just gonna stall for a moment. Stretch my neck and shoulders. Had lunch with a retired former colleague, and we talked about self-advocacy and self-care being a must. They are absolutely essential. How are you going to take care of the people that you care about if you don't take care of yourself? Also, don't the people in your life that care about you want to see you taking good care of yourself? And so, isn't you taking good care of yourself doing what they want because they would want you to be doing it? Funny how that works. Funny how that works. Alrighty, let's talk about how to break the pattern. Let's talk about how to break that pattern of people pleasing. Got some helpful tips here for you. Let's go through them. First up, awareness is the key. Awareness is where you want to start, no matter what problem it is you're dealing with. You're dealing with anxiety, depression, you're trying to fix your sink, trying to change your oil, car, you know, no matter what it is, we want to lead with awareness. Awareness as it comes to people-pleasing behaviors is we need to start noticing, when am I acting out of guilt or fear rather than desire? Am I doing this because I want to do this, or am I doing this because if I don't, I'm going to feel guilty, or I'm afraid of what will happen if I don't do it, or if I say no? So this is where it all starts. We start by just noticing. When am I doing things out of guilt or fear? When am I doing things because they're what I really want to do? Sometimes it can be hard to find the difference, but this is why awareness is so essential. Just pay closer attention to it so that the patterns start to emerge. FOMO is acting out of fear then. That's what the F in FOMO stands for. A lot of times when I acted out of FOMO, the experience was worth it in the end. FOMO can be a good motivator. This is true. In some cases, FOMO is anxiety giving you the motivation that you need to get stuff done. Like, well, what if I miss? What if I don't? I want to go. I want to go. You know, it's like. how about recognizing situations where you postpone self-care to care for others when the care for others is an emergency? Yeah. Notice those moments when you are putting other people first at your own deficit. Now, there are going to be times where you do this because you genuinely want to do it. Like, I will make sure that you eat before I eat. You know, like, you came over and you're eating here, I'll make sure everybody is fed before I eat. Tying back to what we were talking about earlier, practicing small no's. Declining things that aren't aligned with your values or energy. This can be something that you can go out and practice. This can be something that you can do with a friend. But there are going to be moments where this will happen organically in life because people are always trying to sell you stuff. Like, hey, would you like to try our new double bacon burrito? That would actually be hard for me to say no. That sounds kind of good. The thing about learning how to say no is that practicing it makes it easier. It's a skill just like anything else. And so it might seem silly, but if you just go out and practice saying no, or you have people help you practice saying no, like it's stuff that I've done in like therapy with people before. Like if they tell me that they have a hard time saying no, like I'm like, all right, well let's find some ways that we can practice that. Like I'll ask you something and it's like, I want you to say no. Because sometimes just getting the word out is so difficult. You know, if you are not practiced in saying no, sometimes even just saying it is hard. It's all about learning how to decline things that aren't aligned with your values or with the energy that you're trying to maintain. Maybe they're just not your vibe, or maybe you're just exhausted. Let's practice a small no again. Chat, gift me 5 subs right now. We're practicing saying no. Gift me 5 subs right now. Okay, sure, bro. Failed. Thank you for saying no. You have been great at practicing saying no. If you want to soften a little bit, you can also hit him with the no, thank you. Or no, not this time. No, not today. Sometimes softening the no can be easier, but you got to remember that there can sometimes be a downside to doing that. Sometimes people just don't take it as seriously if they find a way to try to maneuver around it. You know, if they sense your insecurity or they sense that, you know, you weren't quite firm on that no, they might still try to pester you. I'm just thinking about people who try to sell you stuff, you know? But it's important to remember that if you're talking to somebody who doesn't take your word no seriously, then that's probably not somebody that you should be hanging out with. It's probably not somebody that you want to hang out with. They don't take the word no seriously. We all know what that means. What about no, thanks for asking, maybe next time? I think the shorter, the better. So, but I think that either one of those would work if you just say like, no, thanks for asking though. Especially if it's like somebody inviting you to do something or asking you like, hey, you want a drink? And you're like, no, thanks for asking. It's a nice way to let people down politely. And I would encourage you to do that if you're dealing with people who actually take the word no seriously. But if this is somebody you don't know, if this is somebody you know, then sometimes you just have to be a bit more firm. All right. An important part of breaking the pattern of people pleasing is to build up our tolerance for disapproval. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to open up to the fact that not everyone in this world is gonna like you. I'm sorry to break the news to you. We have to remind ourselves, other people's discomfort is not our responsibility. There are going to be people out there who are uncomfortable for reasons that are entirely outside of your control. There are going to be people out there who don't like you no matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter how you treat them. Because they're just not wired that way. They have a hard time liking anybody, so don't take it personally. So don't try to seek out a 100% approval rating, because nothing has a 100% approval rating. Nothing. Name one thing that has a 100% approval rating. I'll wait. Water doesn't even have a 100% approval rating. Puppies, I wish. There are some sick freaks out there who can't stand puppies. I don't know them. I don't associate with them. They're sick. Maybe free cash, that's all I can think of. You know, some people wouldn't even, they'd be like, no, some people would be like, no, this feels unearned. I only take money that I feel like I've earned. I don't want anybody to help me with anything. I don't want any shortcuts in life. If I didn't earn that money, I don't want it. There's people out there who are like that. There's people out there who are like, you know, if somebody offered me $2 million, I wouldn't take it. I'm all about the grind. You know, like, the only money I want is the money I earn. Which is all noble and good of you, but I mean, like, come on, man. Like, free money. should have a 100% approval rating, but oddly enough, it does not. When you remember that some people exist, or not necessarily like for the entirety of their existence, but people have moments where they're just an absolute contrarian. You've probably met some contrarians in your life, right? You've probably met some contrarians. Some people who will just find a reason to disagree with just about anything. Aren't they just exhausting? They're like, hey, what'd you think about that movie? It was pretty fun, huh? Yeah, you know, except for this one part. It's like, okay. Okay. People pleaser in me keeps me from being a contrarian. But what if being a people pleaser makes you a contrarian for your own needs? I don't know. I don't know what I was going for with that one. All right. We want to build that tolerance for disapproval. Just remember, you're never going to please everyone. You're never going to please everyone, so don't bother with it. Don't bother with it. No point in going for 100% approval rating. It's not going to happen. All right. A really important part of breaking this pattern is reconnecting with what actually matters to you. What are your preferences? What do you actually want? How do you actually feel? When we have people-pleasing tendencies, we are so wired to pay attention to other people's needs, pay attention to other people's feelings. It might make it difficult for us to know what it is that we truly feel or what it is we truly want. Thankfully, it's just a simple matter of reconnecting with yourself. Just taking time to look inward, taking time to listen. It's there inside you. It's within you already. Just try to find it. So what do you want to do later? What do you want to do later? Got any plans? Doing anything fun? How do you want to feel? Sometimes taking proper care of ourselves makes us feel selfish, and I just want to let you know it's okay to be a little bit selfish sometimes. In fact, it's essential. All right. What's going to help us in the long term is using supportive self-talk. We want to start forming new thought patterns in our mind. And one of the things that's helpful in creating new thought patterns is inserting it manually. Identifying and, putting a voice to these types of positive self-talk. They might seem silly at first, they might seem unbelievable, but with persistence and repetition, these thoughts can just become the way that you think. Something that's really cool about practicing positive affirmations is that after a while, you stop having to do it manually. They just pop up organically. It just becomes part of how you think. And so if it feels silly, if it feels like you're forcing it in the beginning, that's okay. That's normal. Give your brain a little bit of time to catch up, and before you know it, these types of thoughts will pop up all on their own, and you won't have to introduce them to yourself. One last thing that I want to encourage us to do: try to find those spaces where authenticity is encouraged. Find people that want you to be who you are. Find people who are happy when you're happy. Find people who want to see you taking good care of yourself. Find places where you can be who you really are, and people are happy that you're showing up as your authentic self. I can't understate just how important that is for a person's mental wellness. Just think of how harmful it is to live an entirely disauthentic life. You always have to be who other people want you to be. You can't show up as yourself. How does that make you feel? What does that do to a person? Makes you feel like, why am I even showing up? What am I here for? When do I get to have fun? When is it my turn? All right, so these are just some general ways that we can kind of break that pattern. If you ever want to talk more about these later, just let me know. But I feel like this is good to start off with, and this is good to build off of. So if you are in your own healing journey and you're working on changing some people-pleasing behaviors, this is a good place to start. When is it my turn to be mean? So you're telling me you've been nice to yourself all day? Today, yeah, my man's on a roll. When is it my turn to be mean to others? Whenever you see a fascist out in public, you should be mean to them. Don't just go on around being mean for fun. But if you run into any Nazis, please be mean to them. All right, let's wrap it up, shall we? People-pleasing. People-pleasing, it's a behavioral strategy. It's something that we learn. It's something that helps us feel safe, and that's why we do it. But what we need to recognize is that we don't need to live by this rule forever. Having needs does not make you selfish. Saying no does not make you unkind. Setting a boundary for yourself is an act of self-respect. It is not an act of rejecting someone else. My problem, Row Your Motorboat, thank you for the 49 months. Row Your Motorboat with the founder badge. Let's show some respect. My problem is I please myself too much. I love not saying no to myself to my own detriment. Health. Not always about saying no. Sometimes it's about saying yes to the right thing. My man said, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. I find that's a helpful way to look at it. You know, saying no to one thing is just you saying yes to a different thing. So if you have a hard time saying no, just look at what it is that you're actually saying yes to. Breaking out of people-pleasing tendencies is all about honoring your needs. And in doing so, you're making space for deeper, more authentic relationships. Doesn't that sound fun? Don't we just love a deep, authentic relationship? Also, something really important that I want you to just soak in. I just really want you to soak this one in, okay? The people who truly care about you will celebrate your growth. If you have good things happening in your life, if you're taking good care of yourself, if you're happy and healthy, the people who truly care about you will celebrate that. If the people in your life make you feel bad, or they make you feel like you're doing the wrong thing, or if they treat you with envy, or, you know, they try to shame you, that's a good sign that we need to reevaluate the boundaries of the relationship with this person. Hey, Sam, how's it going? How you doing? I feel like this is one that we could all listen to. I feel like this is one that everybody here could learn from. We want the people in our life, the people who truly care about us, they want to see us succeed. They want to see us doing well. And so if the people in your life, the people who are supposed to care about you, make you feel bad, or they make you feel guilty or shameful, you know, for growing, it's a good sign that we should probably reevaluate what that relationship looks like. You know, maybe we need to put a boundary in there. Maybe we need to take a step back. I had almost no one supporting my growth. That's because people are such haters. I swear, people are such haters. People hate to see other people succeed. They get envious, they get jealous. They like to think that people don't change and that growth is impossible because in reality they're just too lazy to do it themselves. They feel like, well, I can't do it, so therefore nobody can do it. Childish ass behavior. My mom just says she feels neglected and is passive aggressive to me, placing boundaries in our relationship so I could heal and grow. It confuses me. You know, I think it's important to have those types of conversations, and I feel like beyond those types of conversations, there lie all sorts of avenues for healing for the both of you. You know, like it sounds like she's coming to terms with her own feelings and she's learning how to express those feelings, and she might be projecting some of her feelings onto you, but that's to be expected. You know, and so what we want to try to do is look past that and recognize, like, I can heal, I can grow, and then maybe once I do that, I can approach the people in my life that I care about and help them to heal and grow too. You know, like, people aren't used to people setting boundaries with them. If you're not used to people setting boundaries with you, then when they do set a boundary with you, it makes you feel like they're infringing on you. You're like, wait, what do you mean I can't just do what I used to do with impunity? What do you mean I can't just show up anytime I want to? What do you mean I can't just say whatever I want to you? What about my rights? I thought this was America. What should I do if I can't stop doing self-harm because I'm depressed and I'm too scared to get help? Help comes in any number of shapes and forms. You know, help can be in person. You know, you talk to somebody, you talk to a doctor, you talk to a teacher, you talk to a family friend, you talk to somebody that you can trust. Because it's really important to not feel like you're all alone in those feelings. We want somebody that we can feel understands us and what we're going through. What I always say to people who engage in self-harming behaviors is, you know, you are managing an emotional pain by having something that you can have control over, which is a physical pain. It doesn't do anything to heal the pain, it just distracts you from the pain. And if we're just in a place where all we can do is distract ourselves from the pain, then we want to try to find something that isn't so destructive. Because in the long term, it's just leading to more pain. We don't want how we cope with pain to lead us to more pain. I would encourage you to maybe find support groups or talk to somebody on a hotline. You know, there's all sorts of different support resources out there for self-harm. I would highly encourage you to talk to somebody. You know, and try to find some behaviors that aren't harmful but still get the job done to help us process those feelings. You know, you can jump, you can scream, you can cry, you can run. All sorts of different things you can do. Am I the only one hearing background monologues? okay, yeah, for some reason they added these weird tracks to my playlist that I've been using. There's this playlist I've been using, but they keep updating it, and they added all these new tracks to it, and they have these weird like background monologues in them. I'm like, it sucks. Also, don't forget, asking for help is a strength. It's not a weakness. I know that asking for help can be scary, but it's part of how you heal. Use some custom lo-fi. Help a brother out. Where are my lo-fi people at? Somebody want to make me some background looping music? I'll give you extra credit. All right. One last thing, and then we'll be all wrapped up with this presentation. You don't have to be liked by everyone to be worthy of love. You don't need to perform to be loved. The real you is already enough. All right, folks, this has been the presentation on people pleasing. Do we have any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? How are you feeling? Just put on espresso, that's good background music. I should just record a loop of me going presentation, helpful reminders. Thank you. If you want a copy of these slides, if you want a copy to, save for your own reference, or if you found a part of it that you liked, you can type !slides in the chat. I always think about how fascists hack people-pleasing to pressure people into doing something they don't like. That always feels like a great way to remind myself to say no. True, that's a good point. You need to break free from your people-pleasing traits because that's what the fascists want. They want you to be a people-pleaser. Don't give them what they want. I feel like I'm not doing it for pain. I feel like it's more for attention, but also not that, so I don't know anymore. Well, you said you were doing it because you were feeling depressed, right? And what I was saying is why a lot of people will self-harm is because they have a emotional pain, and emotional pain can be hard to deal with. It can be hard to do something about, but physical pain is more manageable. It's something we have more control over. So if we're feeling overwhelmed and stressed, sometimes it's just, even though it's self-destructive, it gives us a sense of control in our life. So I would just say it's probably going to be really important to talk to a trusted adult about it. I know it's scary and I know it's difficult, but, just talk to somebody you trust. That's how things get better. today's slides. I'm gonna post these in the Discord as well. Anyway, chat, if you're a people pleaser and you found this presentation to be helpful, it would really please me as a person if you subscribed to my channel. Look at that, we turned it into promo. We turned it into some self-promo. I've never been a fan of self-promotion, but it's a necessary thing in this industry, so... Alrighty, I'm gonna check out the question box. Let's see if there's anything rattling around in there. Oh, look at that. We got a couple of questions in the box, so we got some stuff to do. We're gonna get to those questions here in just a second. I was looking earlier, I was looking at what some of the new articles are on some of these popular psychology news platforms. I just want to hear, you know, are they talking about AI enough? Why fireworks can be bad for our brains? I don't agree with this at all. Fireworks are good for my brain. I see a firework, my brain goes, ooh, ah, big boom, ooh. Why the Golden Bachelor's age preference hit a nerve. Fans are up in arms over the new star of the Golden Bachelor's refusal to date women over 60. Okay, hold on. This is actually really funny. What's going on here? They brought back the Golden Bachelor? Again? I forgot about that show, if I'm going to be honest. The Golden Bachelor? They did The Bachelor, but just with like an old dude. And they're doing it again, and the guy who came onto the show, and he's just like, I don't want to date women my age. Like, oops, you were bound to run into that eventually. You keep hosting Golden Bachelor shows, you're eventually going to run into some like old dude who's just like, I like them young. This was just a matter of time. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Wow, and then they really get into the psychology of it. Okay, well, yeah, I didn't know, but that's funny. Taking gaslighting to the next level. Gaslighting is a popular but overused term reflecting both its power and its vagueness. I'm going to do a presentation where we talk about what gaslighting actually is. This word gets thrown around all the time. Why, it's time to get rid of the term normal in psychology. This isn't new. This article could have been written 20 years ago. 6 reasons why a chatbot can never truly replace a therapist. Alright, so we finally got to some artificial intelligence. AI and the architecture of anti-intelligence. Boy. Sometimes I just like to scroll and see what they're talking about on these. People with short video addiction show altered brain responses during decision making. You don't say. You're telling me brain rot actually rots your brain? Huh? It's all from today. Yeah, sometimes these websites will just be pumping out articles. It's wild. Probiotics show promise for reducing hyperactivity in young children with autism and ADHD. That microbiome, brother. That gut bacteria. It does stuff we don't even know it does. National narcissism linked to emotional impairments and dehumanization, new study finds. The fuck is national oh my god. You just mean nationalism. We've redefined nationalism. It's now national narcissism. Narcissism is a real buzzword in psychology these days. So we can't just talk about pre-existing concepts that exist, like nationalism. No, that's what nationalism is. It's like, my nation is the best. Other nations need to be more like my nation. My nation does things right. Every other nation sucks. That's nationalism. National narcissism. A lot of people like nationalism. It's true. They look at it the same way they look at it like a fucking sports team. They're like, go team. Personality may be a key factor connecting negative parenting experiences to adult challenges. Okay. New research reveals emotional control deficits in generalized anxiety disorder. Okay. I read a lot of these, I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Viral AI images highlight how Trump engages in victimhood, scholar argues. Oh, a new word just dropped? Victimhood? I don't know if that one's gonna stick. Who came up with this word? This word sucks. It's terrible. Victimhood? That's not gonna happen. It's not... Stop trying to make victimhood a thing. It's not gonna happen. It's not very fetch. Okay, what the fuck do they mean by victimhood? I need to look this shit up. So the paper published in the European Journal of Cultural Studies introduced a provocative concept for understanding how far-right movements justify violence, oppression, and exclusion, not by claiming harm already done, but by invoking hypothetical injuries that could happen. Oh, fear-mongering? We came up with a stupid new word for something. God. Well, we came up with a new, stupider word to describe something that we were already fully capable of describing. New study finds link between sexism and denial of male victimhood in relationships. Study finds link between sexism and sexist behavior. What? What? Yeah, I'm trying to slang Mac. We're slang maxing. You know, I need to stay on the up and up. I need to make sure that I've got the new lingo. Otherwise, Gen Alpha is just gonna, you know, how are they gonna understand these concepts? Positive attitudes toward AI linked to more prone to problematic social media use. That's weirdly worded. I'm not sure what they're. Okay. People who have a more favorable view of AI tend to spend more time on social media and may be more likely to show signs of problematic use, according to new research published in Addictive Behaviors Report. Guys, I'm going to do a study. I'm going to do a research study. I'm going to try to get it published. I'm going to do a study that people who use their phones are actually more likely to spend unhealthy amounts of times on social media. What do you think? Do you think I've got something there? You think that hypothesis is good? I have another theory that people who are angry all the time are more likely to do something mean. I can't prove it though. I need a research grant. I need $30,000 to conduct this study, and then I'm gonna get it peer reviewed and published. This is why I think academia is silly sometimes. Academia can just be very like patting each other on the back, just like self-congratulatory nonsense. It can be goofy. People with higher cognitive ability have weaker moral foundations, new study finds. You're telling me that this title is implying that smarter people are more amoral, but I feel like smarter people are just more willing to question outdated moral practices. I feel like people with higher cognitive ability are just more likely to ask themselves, now, why am I doing this? Why are things the way that they are? Is this a tradition that I should continue? Breakfast habits are associated with depressive symptoms? Well, that is the most important meal of the day. The study found that if the first meal of the day you have is at 1 p.m. and it's a tuna and onion sandwich, that's bad for you, actually. That's what they found. They spent $50,000 researching that. A study of young people in Hong Kong found that individuals with higher level of depressive symptoms or those prone to impulsive reactions were slightly more likely to skip breakfast. Slightly more likely? How much more likely? Individuals who skipped breakfast tended to be slightly more impulsive, slightly more depressed. Just says they are, but it doesn't say to what degree they are. This is why sometimes I think stuff is just so silly. Like, so you're just going to tell me that this thing is happening, but you're not going to tell me how much it's happening. You're just going to be like, well, there is a slight. You know, there's a slight. It's a statistically significant amount. Like, how much? 5%? 10%? Give me some numbers here. How to protect your mental health from a passive-aggressive narcissist? The best way to protect your mental health from a narcissist of any type is to just not engage with them. I've also found that with some narcissists, you can get away with stroking their ego, but in a sarcastic way, because they're so desperate for your approval and your praise that they're willing to overlook the sarcasm because they want to accept the compliment that badly. You just gotta understand how narcissists work. You can beat them at their own game. It's not hard. Took an entire college course about whether or not there were universal morals and ethics. Fun. I think that's part of what we're here to figure out. What is the universe all about? What are we here to do? What is the point of all this? We get to play a role in that. Dark personality traits linked to generative AI use among art students. So yeah, we did a study and we found out that art students who were using AI to make art, we found out that they're actually evil. Despite political tensions, belief in an impending US civil war remains low. But what about in a revolution? That's different. These common sounds can impair your learning, according to new psychology research. It's just going to be like commonly annoying sounds that are widely known as being distracted. But I'm glad they finally got around to testing it. You know, just to make sure that it's, you know, backed by science. To know that the sound of a baby crying is distracting. How are we gonna know? We had to run tests. Alright, we got some questions in the box. Let's get to it. We're in party mode. Let's roll. Do you think enlightenment is achievable? Yes. How does one know when they've reached it? The thing about enlightenment is it isn't just a binary thing. It's not either I am or I am not enlightened. It's more about how enlightened am I? When you start to go down that path of feeling enlightened, what you'll notice is that you can go beyond that. You can go further and further into that feeling. Starting to feel enlightened is just the beginning of the process. How does one know when they've reached it? You will know. You won't miss it. You won't miss it when it happens. You will notice. It'll feel like there's a weight that's been lifted off your shoulders. It will feel like things are clicking into place. It'll feel like I am exactly where I'm meant to be right now. So you'll know. It'll probably be one of the most impactful points of your entire life. You won't miss it. You'll know. Oh, you'll know. Sucks about your dad and the dentures. He's just gonna have to be cutting stuff up real tiny. Little bite-sized pieces. He's gonna have to eat a lot of soup. Anyway, enlightenment is achievable. And what you'll notice is that when you start to practice that pursuit of enlightenment, what you'll notice is that it's a feeling that you can go further and further into. If you want to feel, or if you want to, a little bit of direction on where you want to go in order to get towards enlightenment, just practice meditation and try to disconnect from yourself. Just try to view everything from a detached place. No doubts, no worries, you're just, I exist. I am here and this is now. Just try to trace your consciousness, your awareness back to its source. All of this work is done within the privacy of your own heart. Would you consider enlightenment a bit isolating? Well, No, because as soon as the lights come on for you, you can more readily see who else the lights have come on for. The thing about feeling more enlightened is that you can more easily spot other people who are also enlightened in their own way. We want to remember that, like, enlightenment is not a linear path. Everyone's journey looks different. Like, you might find people who are very enlightened in certain avenues of thinking or in certain aspects of life, and it might be complementary or outside of your own understanding of what enlightenment is. Because a lot of what goes into feeling enlightened is, what is it that's weighing you down as a person? Enlightenment is not just about illumination. Enlightenment is also about relieving yourself of a burden. There's a bit about enlightenment from this book that I like. A book recommendation for you. The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. As you can see here, this is just a PDF of it that's available on the internet. Oops, how did that happen? there's also like recordings of the audiobook available online. So if you want to check out something cool, I definitely recommend this book. This is a good one, The Untethered Soul. But anyway, in here, there's a bit where he was talking about enlightenment. I have to scroll down a little bit because it was like chapter 11. All right, here it is. I knew it was at the end of a chapter. Imagine your house of thoughts standing in the middle of an ocean of light from a trillion stars. Imagine your awareness trapped inside the darkness of that house, struggling daily to live off of the artificial light of your limited experiences. Now imagine the walls crumbling down and the effortless release of consciousness expanding into the brilliance of what is and always was. Now give that experience a name: enlightenment. This whole chapter was about, what enlightenment is, and it gets really into this like metaphor about, we kind of keep our consciousness in this structure that we build for it. And it's all about taking down the walls. Anyway, I really like this book. It's not super long. So I would, if you're looking for a book recommendation, I would give this one a try. I only read about half of it, but I really liked what I read, so I can vouch for at least half of the book. I was listening to it when we were driving. I was driving with Casey, and this was the book that she was listening to, and so she was playing it over the car, so I got to check it out as well. But I really enjoyed it. Looks like there's a lecture series on the book too. The book has a lot to it. It captures a lot of, it's got a lot of foundation in like Eastern philosophies as far as the view of like what life is all about, what existence is, what consciousness is, which, I fuck with it. Hi. No question, just an update. I don't know if y'all remember, but I asked a past question about a client who didn't reimburse me for something and then asked for something about a past project 2 years later. I do remember that one. I wanted to thank you and the chat, as I ended up using their request as an opportunity to remind them of the owed reimbursement, thanks to y'all and your thoughts/advice. They paid it back, and I think they got the hint that we likely won't be working together again. LOL, thanks, y'all. That's a W. We did it, chat. We got somebody paid. We got somebody paid, chat. We did it. That's a W. Got you that money. Oh shit, Rogue Swan. Did I miss your sub a few minutes ago? Rogue Swan, thank you for subscribing. I must have been distracted whenever it popped up. Thank you. Look at us. Out here making people money. This question looks like it was cut off from something else. Oh wait, no, I think I'm just reading it wrong. Okay, hold on, let me take a look. But also, trying to get rid of people pleasing is also people pleasing, right? Well, I try to get rid of trying to seek for validation, but all I'm doing is wanting that validation of not having validation. Yeah, but it's about validating yourself and instead of relying on validation from others. We're trying to find those things within us instead of outside of us. There's nothing wrong with pleasing people, but if it's hurting you, then it is a problem. Like, we want to be nice, we want to be giving, we want to be compassionate and caring and patient and all those good things. We want to be all of those things. And there's nothing wrong with wanting validation. You know, we're not made out of stone, we're made out of meat. It's about finding those things within us. It's about building something that's more sustainable. It's about finding that balance. In January, I noticed a long-term friend of mine had started acting distant and that he'd ignore my messages in our group Discord. It got to the point where I was keeping track of him reacting to other messages, but never once from me. Watching when he'd get on a game, we'd play and play with others, but never inviting me, and would give me short responses in DMs when I would talk to him. I attempted to have several heart-to-heart conversations about how it bothered me and if there was anything I was doing to bother him, to which he would reply that there wasn't anything like that going on, and yet he would continue with the same behavior as before. This feels like one of those situations where it's like, well, you say I shouldn't take it personally, but everything that you're doing is kind of making it so that I kind of am taking it personally. The thing about this is that people can do this type of stuff without being fully aware of what it is that they're doing. You know, from his perspective, he might not notice. It might not be conscious on his part. Eventually, one morning in March, I woke up and felt the overwhelming urge to distance myself. I unfriended a lot of people that I felt were closer to him than me in an attempt to not obsess over everything they would be doing without me. By not seeing them on Discord or what they're playing on Steam, and basically chose to self-isolate myself from most people in the group except for those I've known for a handful of years. I thought that over time the distance would help, and to a degree it has. But I find myself thinking about how much I miss everyone and my friendship with him. I think that you are witnessing how it can be hurtful to cut people off. You know, especially if we're trying to make a point. You know, if our goal is to be closer to our friends, we shouldn't distance ourselves from our friends. We shouldn't cut people off in an attempt to grow closer. Because I feel like that's what your ultimate goal is, right? Your goal is, I want to be close with the people I care about. How do you make that happen? Can't do it all on your own. We need to be mindful about the bombardment of notifications that we get, because we will oftentimes take these things too seriously. You know, oh, they're choosing to play a game with someone else. And we make it so that it's like, well, no, not only are they choosing to play that game with that other person, but they are actively choosing not to play with me. Those are two completely different things. What would happen if you were to invite that person to play with you? Would they say yes? Maybe the reason why they play with those other people is because they're the ones that invite them. Or maybe it's just what's more familiar to them. I thought about reaching out to him to talk about the situation, but I'm worried nothing will have changed and that we'll just be in the same spot we were in before. I'm worried that the rest of my life I will continue to constantly be looking for those tonal shifts and let it interfere with my ability to develop deep friendships. Yeah, that's what you want to not do. You don't want to nitpick and micromanage your own friendships. It's not going to take you anywhere good. You know, if you become too focused on all those little details of like, oh, they're playing a game with a different friend and not me, that must mean that they hate me and that they don't want to play with me and that they, you know, just want terrible things to happen to me. It's like, we don't need to project our own insecurities out onto other people. You know, if we're worried that people are going to leave us or that people are going to abandon us or that people don't actually like us, that is ours to deal with. And we need to not project that out onto other people. Think about what being a good friend looks like, and then try to be that type of person. Sometimes being a good friend means I'm going to understand that sometimes you're going to be frustrated. Sometimes you might be a little bit short. Sometimes you might not be as responsive as I might like, but I'm not going to take it personally because I don't need to actively seek out reasons why you don't like me. You're already my friend. Why am I trying to prove to myself that you secretly dislike me? And so in a way, this feels like this is me just taking care of my relationships, but in reality, it's sabotaging your relationships. I think my question is, how do I healthily digest that my friendships will change over time? How do I get to a point where I'm not unhealthily obsessing over small interactions that snowball into a huge nasty outburst? Yeah, you definitely don't want to let it stew, that's for sure. Because then people are going to be like, where is this coming from? You know, they're not going to see it. You know, it's been just doing slow incremental damage over time to you. You're causing yourself small amounts of psychic damage. And then you're like, hello? People they just don't see it because so, how do I healthily digest that my friendships will change over time? We want our friendships to change over time. Don't we want our friendships to improve? Don't we want our friendships to, grow closer? Don't we want to learn more about this person? Don't we want to have more shared experiences? That is changing. Growing closer is changing. Change is inevitable. just about in which direction are you changing. So how do we healthily digest that friendships will change over time? By accepting change as inevitable, but recognizing that the nature of that change, now that I can do something about. I cannot stop things from changing, but I can influence the way in which they do change. So, your second question, how do I get to a point where I'm not unhealthily obsessing over small interactions? By catching yourself in the act and doing something different. You're trying to break that pattern. This sounds like a kind of anxious habit. You know, some people doom scroll, some people pace around, some people pick at themselves. We have all sorts of different ways that we process those feelings of anxiety whenever they pop up within us. And so the key here is to show yourself some compassion, to recognize what's happening. Don't get mad at yourself that it's happening. Just view it as an opportunity. This is an opportunity for growth. I'm going to do something different. I'm catching myself slipping into these old patterns. So what do I do instead? Do I take this as a signal that I need to get up and go walk around? Do I need to go pet the dog? Do I need to go do something different? So the key is catch yourself in the act, recognize your patterns, show yourself compassion. You know, if you notice yourself doing this and then you just put more stress into it, you just like beat yourself up and guilt yourself, it's just going to make you do it more. So just take it as a sign. Okay, I'm getting a little bit too much into this. I need to dial it back a little bit. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to listen to some music. I'm going to go for a walk. Whatever it might be. If you see people playing games without you, but you want to be playing with them, send them a message. Be like, hey, can you get me in the next one? Sometimes if you want to get invited to stuff, you gotta let people know, like, hey, I'm here. I'm available. A squeaky wheel. I feel like the biggest disappointment to my family after being hospitalized after a mental health crisis. I know it was good to go and get help, and I was in a good facility, but that feeling of hating myself for not being perfect is hard to swat off. It's not about being perfect. It's about being better, and that's what you're doing. You needed some help to get better, and you did what you were supposed to do. That's a win. Mental health crisis, that's just a part of life. Those happen all the time. But it's about how you bounce back. It's about how you respond to what happens. And if we move forward from that with a lot of guilt and shame and self-hatred, what's that going to do to our self-image? What's that going to do to our brain? Is that going to make it more or less likely that things get bad again? I have little siblings who look up to me and feel like my parents now worry about me more. I'm glad I got the help, but I can't help feeling weak and not the independent, strong older sister I'm used to being. This is also my first time on medication, so it's kind of scary. You got the help you needed. There's no shame in that. You got the help you needed so that you can continue to be a good sister, so you can continue to be a good daughter. You know, maybe it was all that time that you spent being independent and strong that, you know, the lesson that you learned here was even I need help sometimes. Nothing wrong with that. We all need somebody to lean on at some point. You look at this as an opportunity. I can be even better than I was. I might feel weak, I might feel broken. This is an opportunity to rebuild. Either way, I see this as a win. I see this as a win. Loads of people go through mental health crises and don't get any type of help for it, or they don't have any type of support system. And so you have a family that loves you. You got the help that you needed. And you're building something meaningful for yourself. Also, you served as a good role model to your younger siblings. It's okay to need help. You don't have to do everything on your own. You know, it can make you feel weak, it can make you feel vulnerable, but it also serves as a reminder to everyone involved that you're human. Sometimes humans need help. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just glad to hear that you got the help that you needed. Question, just for everybody here. What type of older sibling would teach you the better lesson? Which type of person might you be able to learn more from? The person who's perfect and never fails? Like maybe you have an older sibling and everything they do is perfect and they're just natural at everything and they never struggle and everything goes their way and they just have a perfect life. Isn't that just so great? What do we learn from them? We might learn some stuff. I'm sure we would. But what about when we see somebody fall and get back up? Don't we learn a lot more from that than we do in seeing somebody who does things effortlessly? Isn't it good for us to recognize that that's a part of life, that that happens, and that it's okay, and that's why we need to support each other? Learning that asking for help is a strength and not a weakness is one of the most important things that a person can learn. The only thing you're guilty of here is being human. There's nothing wrong with that. What you will probably come to find in the long run is that this will bring you even closer to all of those people that care about you. So just focus on things one day at a time. Hold the people that you love closely. And show yourself some grace as you build yourself back up. Also, just for the sake of fairness, just to say, like, I'm surprised that more people aren't experiencing mental health crises right now. Just looking at the state of the world, I feel like far more people are experiencing these types of things than we will ever fully know. So I think just all things considered, it's a stressful time to be a human right now. Hey, Reclaw, welcome in. The Reclaw raid. What's going on, brother? Also, questioner, you mentioned that this is your first time on medication. Trying medication for the first time can be scary, absolutely. But what's important to remember is you want to have good communication with your doctor. Is this something that I'm just on in the short term? Is this something that I'm going to have to take for a while? Talk to him about how it makes you feel. Talk about, just keep the conversation going. I've seen too many people get involved with psychiatrists and they get prescribed a medication and then they just continue to get prescribed the same exact medication, same exact dose for years and years. They just never really revisit it. They're just like, yeah, it's like, I take it like I'm taking a vitamin. Sometimes medications are things that we just need for the short term. Maybe we're just dealing with a particularly stressful set of life circumstances. Or maybe it's something that we take a little while longer as we work to build ourselves back up. Either way, you just want to keep the conversation open with your doctor. Brain is always changing. Alright, we got another question here. I, 28, have made things really messy in my 2-year relationship with my GF, who's 23. In the first 7 months, the topic of my porn habits came up, and I used to watch it for a few times a month. This really bothered her, as to her it was cheating, but at the time I just saw it as a moment of relief. We had differences of opinion, but ultimately I let her know that I respect it and I won't. Months go by, I get laid off from work, and I hit a dark spot, so I chose to watch porn as an escape. I confessed that I had done it, and she almost broke up with me over it. I don't know how, but we made it through that passage. Some people draw a firm line there. And I get it, like some people get really carried away with the adult material, like some people just get really into it. So like, I get it. I don't know. A lot of it's just contextual to a person's individual relationship. I'm not here to bear judgment on anybody. If you want to watch porn, watch porn. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. We want to find something that works for everybody involved. Make it a group activity. Try to find something you can both agree on. Or if you're into that sort of thing, just make your own. I feel like that's a loophole that some people will use. They're like, well, just make our own. That way you don't have to worry about me looking at somebody else. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at me. Now, we just saw a sexually graphic scene in a TV show and it triggered her completely. Alright, so she might be a little hypersensitive to it, I think. Maybe she's projecting some of her own insecurities. So you guys were just watching a TV show together and there was a sex scene and she got mad at you for enjoying it? She thinks I enjoyed it and that it reminds her of how disgusting of a person I was to have watched porn back then and even defend myself back then. I don't know. I think they're being a bit unfair to you in this one. I feel like they're being unfair. Like, did you choose the show? Who chose the show? Like, what were you supposed to do? Close your eyes? The thing about this is when you're dealing with somebody who's insecure and they project that insecurity onto you, like, even if you took measures to cater to their insecurity, it still might not resolve the situation. Like, even if you were to, like, oh no, there's boobies on the screen, and you had to you closed your eyes, you'd be like, don't worry, hun, I'm not looking, I don't see the boobies. They're still gonna be like, but you're probably thinking about them, aren't you? Or like, nah. There's just no winning. There's just no winning. And it's kind of unfair to, like, bring back up this old stuff. It's like, you changed, you grew, like, there was an issue, but you worked on it and you talked about it and you don't do it anymore. But it's like, why are you punishing me today for who I was then? It's not like you're still doing it. So it's just not really fair, is it? And so I think that you're on the unfair receiving end of some insecurity. And that insecurity is up to them to deal with. You know, when it comes to overcoming insecurity, it's like that stems from within a person. You have to feel secure in here. There's only so much other people can do to make us truly feel secure. Told her I'm a changed person and reminded her that we had discussions on what better alternatives there were. So yeah, it's like, okay, like, why are you bringing this back up? Alternatives like spicy phone time or just waiting for the weekends when we actually see each other. She says she'll never be able to forgive me as she knows I'm a man and my past behavior. She made me explicitly say that I'm a cheater and that I ruined her image as a woman. She hates herself because of the comparisons and that by staying with me has ruined her girl boss pride. You're just getting all of the blame, aren't you? They're just dumping it all on you. It's like, what else? What else? Do they want to blame you for their childhood dog that passed away when they were 12? Like, maybe you had something to do with that. Who knows? Like, maybe you're the leading contributor to climate change. Like, I don't know. Where were you? You know, there's been some natural disasters happening lately. Like, where were you? Like, do you have an alibi? Like... But anyway. The weird thing is she won't break up with me because I chose to stay with you and it would be bad karma if I broke up with you because I would have wasted your time. I don't understand the logic, but I don't want to break up with her. I really have changed and I just want to help her. She has to help herself. She has to want to help herself. I felt the guilt in the past, but instead of beating myself up for my mistakes, I'm using that energy to be a better person. And that's what you should do. So, you know, hopefully you're able to talk through it. Hopefully you're able to work it out. But if she's not going to be able to see that you are learning and growing and doing better, then it's like, you're going to just be spinning your wheels. So I don't know. I feel like if you're just staying together for that reason, because it would be bad karma and I wasted your time, it's like, who says it was a waste of time? You know, even if relationships don't work, it's like you still learn stuff, you still grow as a person. That's the whole point. It's not a waste of time, it was just time spent. I don't know. I don't know if I, like, it's not a good sign when somebody says, like, I will never be able to forgive you for this. Especially when what you did wasn't even all that bad. It's not like you actually cheated. It's not like you slept with someone else. You know? You're a person in your 20s and you watched a bit of porn, like, oh no, oh no! A person in their 20s watching porn? Do you tell the girl that she's immature and needs help? That's... A person can be immature and need help, but telling them, hey, you're immature and you need help, that's not normally the way to make that happen. I guess the way that I would say it is, it sounds to me like you're insecure about a lot of things, and I'm on the receiving end of that. Like, I've learned from this, I've grown, I'm trying my best to be a good person, but you've told me that you don't have it within you to forgive me. And if that's the case, I don't want to be with somebody who's just going to hold this over my head forever. Because you are judging me today for a person that I am not. Who I am right now is not the person that did those things that you're criticizing me for. So yeah, you don't need the sword of Damocles hanging over your head for the entire relationship. It sounds like this person has her own insecurities, and those can be worked through, but she has to be aware of them and she has to be willing to work through them. Everything can't just be your fault. It doesn't work that way. Try not assuming it's just insecurity as well. Like, I can only go off of what I'm given. The last thing I want to do is start assuming that people have latent, unresolved sexual trauma. Could that possibly be an explanation? Sure, but I'm not in the market to speculate that. What if the trauma stems from the guy's past behavior? Again, I can only speak to this based on what I'm told within this narrative, and we understand that this is one person's perspective. So just going off of what I'm hearing here. Does that justify her ideas? I don't think that telling somebody that, okay, I don't think that it's a good idea to tell someone we're never gonna break up. Because I don't want it to be a waste of your time and it would be bad karma, but also I'm never going to be able to forgive you. Also, you ruined my image. Also, I hate myself because of how you've made me feel. Like, what? Like, what? You're packing a lot of guilt into that. Sometimes in unhealthy relationships, people will use guilt as a form of leverage to get a person to stay with them. If you're staying with someone out of guilt, that's probably a good sign that you need to reevaluate why you're there. The reason why I bring up insecurity is because that's the greatest common denominator that I can figure for why that would happen is the insecurity. You know, the image issues, the, doubt. There could be any number of causes for that insecurity. But I don't really care to speculate on all the possible reasons. Could be any number of different reasons. Yeah, there could definitely be some issues with attachment. Why would you want to be with somebody that you'll never forgive, that ruined your image, and that made you hate yourself? Why would you want to stay with that person? Because you're afraid of bad karma? What's it doing to your karma to stay with this person? What kind of karma are you racking up by staying in this relationship? Sometimes the best thing you can do for somebody that needs help is to give them the space that they need to heal. Chat, master of Kung Fu right here. I just caught this fly with my hands. Look at him. Master of Kung Fu. Snatch that bastard. Like, get over here. I'm not gonna have you buzzing around me, buddy. These flies need to know better than to test me. Thanks for answering that question. You are welcome. And I think, just based on what I'm hearing, it's like, we need to be able to forgive if we're going to make relationships work, especially long-standing relationships. Like, is it reasonable to assume that if you're in a relationship with somebody for years and years that they're never going to make a mistake? They're never going to do anything to rub you the wrong way? They're never going to say anything that you might, feel a little bit hurt by? Of course not. It's going to happen. Making mistakes is part about being human. Part of what makes a relationship long-standing is your ability to recognize the other person's humanity. I'm not going to punish you forever for the mistakes that you've made. I'm going to celebrate the growth that you've worked so hard to make happen. That's what it's all about. If you have grown and you have changed and I'm still just, hanging on to this thing that happened years ago, it's like, I'm over here fighting ghosts. Dirt here. Hey there. Oh, hey, Dirt. How you doing?
How you doing, Dirt? How you doing, Dirt?
I'm also thinking about how the update relates a lot to the presentation. It's been at least over a month, maybe 2, since I've talked about my vacuum roommate. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember that guy. A real class act. You all helped me to solidify the unfortunate truth that I was dealing with ridiculous behavior from my longest known best friend. I guess we never had the opportunity to share and really get to know each other until he moved in last November. Good news is, I don't have to anymore. I've had very little success in communicating my issues with him. Tried to break it off with hope and understanding, but no luck. So I told him basically I can't stand living with him and he needs to get out ASAP. I only had to insult him a little to get the message across and cease his incessant gaslighting and waving away the issues. He's out and I feel much better. My mom feels much better too. You know? Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. You know, we can't, like, you know, sometimes you gotta turn up the heat a little bit. You know, I wish that being kind and compassionate and understanding and patient was effective 100% of the time. But sometimes you gotta be like, all right, I've tried carrot and now it's time for stick. Also, people need to know better than to test the limits of a compassionate person. The last thing you want to do in this life is to piss off a nice person. Like, they will. I don't remember the backstory. The backstory, this roommate was just the worst. Just eating all your food, not contributing, not cleaning up, just the worst. My mom had to be convinced my friend was using her and being disrespectful about it too. He was so entitled and disrespectful to a disgusting degree. He ended up breaking her 25-year-old Toyota van that she had kept up for all these years. It was a good van. There are some lines that just are not crossed. Some lines you just do not cross. Some things are just unforgivable. I was already in the process of trying to get him out, and she was lending out a whole vehicle. As far as I can tell, my mom is a huge people pleaser. She does it all the time, with everyone. It's usually just for validation, I believe. She's strong and it doesn't really hurt her. I really believe she does it to be nice and for the reason of being liked. I can just tell she doesn't quite let herself be all that she can be. She doesn't do things for herself. It's very respectful and helpful the way she helps others, so it's hard to talk to her about it. Then what I would do instead is, instead of talking about your people pleasing, what I'm going to talk to you about instead is the importance of standing up for yourself, the importance of doing things that you want to do. Hey mom, what do you want to do? What do you want to do for dinner? Like, hey, you want to go out for, what do you want to do? Just giving her opportunities to put herself first. It's one of those ways where you can talk about it without talking about it. Instead of talking about it through the front door, let's go around the side. Let's use the side door. Oh my god, I can't force her to give me an answer sometimes. Alright, well there's other tricks for that. There's other tricks for that. Hey mom, you're never gonna guess where I want to take us for dinner. Hey mom, you're never gonna guess. And then just do the first thing that she guesses. Mom, you're never gonna guess where we're going for dinner. Ooh, that one place that I've been wanting to try? Oh my god, you guessed. How did you know? Oh, you remembered. I wanted to try that new Italian restaurant. Like, see? I do listen. Anyways, I've always worried about being an enabler. OMG, I did already ask about this before. You have basically told me it's only bad if it hurts. However, with enabling, I'm more worried about hurting the other person. We only have so much time on this planet, and education is so important to me. Progress is paramount over solving any specific problem. So it would really upset me if I am really hurting the progress of so many people by being the overly helpful type. I really feel like I've actually been a bad friend this whole life. Nah, probably not. Survey says it's a no. I think the solution here is just to always try to be a better friend. Whether you've been a great friend or whether you've been a shitty friend, just always try to be a better friend. We're talking about that upward momentum. You know, always being a work in progress. Nobody's ever perfect. The thing about enabling people, it's sometimes about letting people fall so that they can, you know, experience that, but you're still there to help them back up. Enabling people is catching them when they fall or preventing them from falling. But sometimes you have to let them fall, not because you want them to fall, but because if you don't let them fall, then they may only go higher up before they fall the next time. You know, if they learn that you'll catch them whenever they fall, then they're only going to try to go up higher. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let someone hit rock bottom, right? It's like they're dead. Like if they're determined on getting there, they're going to get there one way or the other. And if you try to stop them from doing it, they might just drag you there with them. And so as much as it sucks and as much as it might make you feel like you're a bad friend by letting people fall, it's not about always catching people. It's about being there to help them back up whenever they want that help. Whenever I worked in the mental health field, we referred to this as natural consequences. You know, if a person's gonna do stuff that's gonna have repercussions, we needed to sometimes let them face those repercussions. Like, I'm not gonna pull strings to get you special treatment or to avoid consequences to your actions. But what I will do is I will support you in navigating those consequences. but I'm not going to intervene and prevent those consequences. You know, if you were knocking holes in your wall and staying up all night and making loud noises and now they're going to kick you out of your apartment, you know, I'm not going to go to your landlord and be like, pretty please, can they stay? Will you not kick them out even though this is their 5th warning? It's like, no, I'm going to say, well, you know, we learned a lesson here. If you're going to live in a place, you have to obey the guidelines and the rules. Otherwise, there's consequences. Now let's find a new place for you to stay. And so it sucks because you would like to try to prevent people from encountering that type of pain, but sometimes that's the only way they learn. You know, if you catch somebody every time they fall, all that they're learning is, I can fall all I want. Somebody's always going to catch me. So you don't have to be the friend that catches somebody when they're falling, but be the friend that helps a person get back up after they've fallen. Sometimes I will literally steal someone away and take them to a place they never have been for an undisclosed amount of time. Just a little bit of casual kidnapping. Just for fun. Hi. I asked a question a while ago, F28, about how long I should wait on my fiance, M28, to make changes in regards to the way that he talks to me when he's angry or upset and calling me names. He was seeing a therapist, but that ended after I started questioning what he was saying to the therapist because our fighting had not improved, and he said she was doing fabulous. This is the thing about therapy. You can tell the therapist whatever you want. You can make the therapy about whatever you want it to be. But if you have like specific goals to work on in therapy, like sometimes you need to make that available. Sometimes you need to actually be like, well, you know, I'm here because sometimes when I get angry, I just get really nasty. I start calling people names, and I don't really like that part of me, and so I want to work on that. And so, who knows what he's talking to the therapist about? He could be talking about, you know, what it was like growing up. He could be talking about what he did in school. He could be talking about his own insecurities, and it's like, I don't know. I think what it sounds like is he needed something a little bit more directed, you know, because we've got a very clear issue that we're trying to work through. So I don't know. So I asked to sit in a session and it just never happened. We have a child, 2 going on 3, and a home, and I see him trying to make change, but I'm struggling to be happy. You know, you've got a kid, so I feel like you need to take this even more seriously. You know, if you are putting strain on the relationship and you've got these anger issues, it's like, you're doing this not just for you, you're doing it for them. We have a child and it just makes things so much harder. I don't know what to even do or what I should do at this point, because the last thing I want is to not have my family together. All right. I have a tip. All right. This might be helpful. The next time you find yourself in one of those moments, when he's angry or upset and is calling you names, what you're going to do is not get upset. What you're going to do is you're going to talk to him the way that I'm talking right now. And you're going to ask him a question. What did your therapist say to do when you feel this way? It sounds like you're getting a little frustrated right now. What did your therapist recommend you do? What you're going to do is you're going to come across as concerned because you are. But what you're not going to be is angry because that just keeps it going. You're going to try to approach this from a place of compassion and concern. And so I see you getting angry, and I'm going to respond to that as I would respond to any other phenomenon in the universe. Hey, it sounds like you're getting a little frustrated right now. What did your therapist say about what to do when you're feeling that way? You know, you said therapy was going well, so what did they have to say about what to do when you're feeling angry? You know, remind him of those coping skills. Maybe they did work on it. Maybe he did learn some stuff. Maybe he's just having a hard time applying it. Because the thing about therapy is, like, you can learn all sorts of stuff. You can learn what to do differently when you're feeling some type of way. But we also have a way of finding exceptions. We're like, well, this is different. Like, right now is different because of these reasons. It's like, no, it really isn't. It's like, this is actually the problem that you're trying to work through right here, right now. Like, this is what you need to be working on. But yeah, a lot of people will do that. They'll just be like, well, this is different. You know, like, of course I know to not yell or to call names, and I know that that's bad communication, and I know that it's unproductive, and I know that it drives us apart, but this is different. You know, we find ways of, like, making excuses, making exceptions. Like, you want to make this work, so show concern. You know, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to get angry. I want things to work, and I want you to learn how to handle this, and I'm here to support you in that. And so if you're going to play the angry game, you're going to have to play it on your own. It's hard to be compassionate for him when he's being mean to me. As much as it sucks, that's the way that you help. I would just try not to take it personally. I would try not to take it personally. You know, things that come from a place of anger, you know, we say stuff that's just nasty and hurtful, but it's not always reflective of what we really believe. You know, I'm sure it stresses him out in his own way. In some ways, anger is a form of self-sabotage. You know? In some ways, anger that we direct towards other people, it stems from anger that we have within ourselves. We're angry that we can't control our feelings. We're angry that we're angry. Another thing to be mindful of is to, you know, just when somebody's angry, it can also be helpful to just, especially, you know, just lead with calmness. You're trying to model calm behavior. What do you want to do with this anger? Try to get him to reflect on it. What do you want to do with these feelings? What are we trying to accomplish? I love de-escalating angry people. I love it. I love it. Especially once you get how to do it. Every time they get angrier, you just get even calmer. You just do the opposite of what they do, and you just ask them questions to try to pull them out of it. What are we trying to do right now? What's the goal here? Now, what is this anger helping you to do? What feeling lies behind the anger? The thing about managing your anger is that it's totally doable. It's totally doable. Anger can feel very powerful. It can be very disruptive. It can really, get us into an emotionally charged state, but it's your brain. It's your brain, it's your body. Be aware with it. Be aware of it. Understand it. Study it. Break free from those old patterns. You want to carry yourself in a way that you can be proud of. Anger very rarely takes us places that we can be proud of. Anger has a time and a place, and this is not it. Protests, exactly. Like, anger has a time and a place, don't get me wrong. Like, there is definitely a place to get angry, but it's not with me, brother. Like, I'm trying to make this shit work with you. We're trying to raise a kid together. Like, what are you doing? Why are you calling me names? It's rude as hell. Yeah, the thing about anger is whenever we approach somebody in anger, we expect them to respond in anger. And whenever you don't give them the anger that they're looking for, their anger will fizzle out. Or they'll walk off and go, they'll go walk off and take the time they need to cool down a bit, whatever. But you just have to let them know, like, I'm not interested in playing this game. Like, you want to get something done? You want to have a productive conversation with me? We can do that. What is it that you're really angry at? Something that's really important to realize is that in healthy relationships, you need to look at it as it is me and you versus the problem. It's not me versus you. I am not your enemy. RFK Jr. promoted a food company. He says we'll make Americans healthy. The meals are ultra processed. But it's got no red 40 in it. There's no fluoride in it. You don't have to worry about that. Sometimes I make us hold hands. You want to take it to another level? Put each other's hands on each other's hearts. Just be like, here, feel my heartbeat. And then you feel their heartbeat. And just focus on that heartbeat. Take some breaths. Let it calm down a little bit before you put more words into the mix. Sometimes a nice grounding exercise can be a great build-up to a productive conversation. As a part of the Make America Healthy Again initiative, all school children will be fed Banquet frozen meals and Dinty Moore shelf-stable beef stew. Also, they're gonna drink Sprite because Sprite is healthy. It's what you drink when you're sick. It can't be bad for you. Mom's Meals is the company name. All right, I might need to look this up in a minute. It's a HelloFresh knockoff. Yeah, it's like some HelloFresh shit. Okay. All right. It's kind of weird how processing food doesn't make it more healthy. Right? It's like what I find interesting is if you just eat like purely processed garbage, it's like your body feels it, brother. You're like, God damn, somebody get me a vegetable. Let me eat something with leaves. Food for my child. Yeah, baby food's very straightforward and simple. It's like, you look at some of these baby food packages, it's like the only ingredient is butternut squash. It's like, okay, not hard. Not hard. Yeah, if I had a baby, I would never buy baby food. They say warn about the micro glass. There's micro everything now. We like can't eat out of anything. Just eat out of your hands, I guess. Just leave food stored out on the counter. You'll get micro everything in it, and just eat with your hands. Can't trust anything. I've never tried those frozen delivered meals. I will, however, buy a stack of them at the local store if they're on sale for 99 cents. You know, that's a good point. That's good looking out. Some grocery stores will sell those like pre-packaged, like they'll make their own. Like there's some grocery stores near here that do that. And if you go and they've, been out for a couple days, you might be able to get some for pretty cheap, as long as you plan on eating them right away. How can I feel happy with my life? Well, you're here living it. You consider the alternative. The thing about happiness is it really is about waking up and choosing to pursue happiness. It's about learning to accept happiness in all number of shapes and forms. Oftentimes what we do is we put very rigid definitions on what happiness should look like. It's like, well, I need to live here. I need to have a house that looks like this. My partner needs to look like this. I need to drive this exact car. I need to get paid this much. And we put a lot of, rules and guidelines and definitions and restrictions on what happiness should look like. And the pursuit of happiness ends up making us unhappy. True happiness stems from being in the moment. It's not about the pursuit of happiness, but the happiness of pursuit. Enjoying the journey and not just focusing on the destination. So how can I feel happy with my life? I guess I'm looking for fulfillment. After being out of marching band, which I haven't been in band since 6th grade, I feel like I have nothing that sparks joy anymore. I have my instrument, but it doesn't feel the same as it did when I was playing with everyone else. I've tried to find mini bands around me, but they all go to bars and it's just a smaller group, and I'm not the type of person to play at those areas. Yet, who knows? You haven't done it before. Maybe you like it. I wish I chose a hobby that I could use throughout a lifetime. You have, though. That's the thing, is you have, though. If you want to expand your comfort zone, and expanding your comfort zone is a big part of securing more happiness in life, you have to put yourself into situations that make you uncomfortable. You know, don't look at these other alternatives or these other opportunities and tell yourself, like, I could not enjoy this. I will not enjoy this. Sometimes it's about trying something new and then figuring out what about it that you did like and what about it that you didn't like so that you can continue to move towards more and more happiness. No discomfort, only growth. Discomfort is a part of growth. Pain is the price of freedom. Alright, so there's a few different things you can do. You can continue to pursue this hobby just in different avenues, and that's how life goes. You know, because things very rarely stay the same. You know, you were in school and you were doing your thing and you had that structure and you had that routine, but now, you know, you're growing up and things are different. So let's find something that we can work with. You know, if we feel like around you that do have that passion, you know? You know, it's not about the size of the group, it's not about the venue, it's about making music. That's what it's all about, and that's why you do it. It's about sharing in that experience with people, whether it's just you on your own or whether it's, you know, an audience of hundreds of people. I think one of the most important things as far as our happiness goes is to not put so many restrictions on it. One of the mistakes that I've seen many people make is they have very rigid definitions of what their happiness could be because it's so based on their own individual preferences. There is a right choice. Things have to be exactly this way because I'm trying to min-max. So if you're pursuing happiness by finding the ultimate happiness, the most possible happiness you can, you're going to end up missing out on a lot of really special stuff along the way. All you got to do is learn to be happy where you're at and be happy with the direction that you're headed in. If you can do that, smooth sailing. Say look for another big band to be a part of. Well, see, here's the thing. Making those connections with other people who play music, it's like they will know people who will also be playing music. And so maybe the way to find that opportunity to play in a bigger band is to meet people who play in smaller bands and see who they know. You know? know, build those connections and just see where they take you. It can take you to all sorts of unexpected places that bring you a lot of joy that you didn't know was there because you had this idea of what joy must look like. Things have to be this way, otherwise I will not be happy, and that is a major mistake to make. It's one that many people do. They put all these regulations and guidelines and conditions on their happiness, and then they just, you know, when it comes to happiness, just don't try to fight it. Don't try to fight it. Don't try to push it back. Don't try to, you know, say, well, I would be happy if this one thing was different. It's like going to a party and they've got all of this tremendous and enjoyable food, and you're having, you know, but they, you know, they only had chocolate ice cream, and I don't like chocolate ice cream. You know, everything else was okay, I guess, but I was really hoping to get some ice cream. It's like, you don't want to miss out on all that satisfaction just because things weren't perfect, or things weren't perfectly in line with your own preferences. Anyway, where I'm going with all of this is, don't gatekeep your happiness. If you want to be happy, just let it in. You know, don't try to fight it. Don't say, like, I will only be happy if these things happen. You know, less rules, less restrictions. Just let it be. Chocolate ice cream would definitely make me happy. I would also go for some chocolate ice cream, since you mentioned it. So, nose goes. That means, oh, I beat you to it. That means you gotta buy the ice cream. I may be working back in a bakery for the time being. My dad had an inn, and I met the guy who works at the store. Smells great inside. Hey, that's a plus. Also, I'm assuming you'll get all the bread you can carry. Hey, you know, especially if you get a job where you can have some headphones in, and then it's just like smooth sailing. Too far, come to Chicago. All right, bet. Next time I'm out that way. I'll be like, hold on, I know somebody who said they'd get me ice cream. This was that food program that Robert, I was about to say Robert Downey Jr. It's RFK Jr. Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. These are the meals. But what about the microplastics, RFK? What about the microplastics? Gotta pick your poison, I guess. Mom's Meals does not produce any meals containing ingredients commonly found in ultra-processed foods. This means no synthetic food dyes, added MSG. See, now that's too bad because MSG is badass. MSG is awesome. MSG stands for Make Shit Good. High fructose corn syrup, non-nutritive sweeteners, no partially hydrogenated oils or added trans fats, no synthetic preservatives banned in EU. Meals without these ingredients will begin shipping in July 28th, 2025. Food as medicine. RFK. I have to cook it in a microwave. Isn't that? I don't know. See, the thing is, like, these people need to pick. These people need to pick. Like, you want me to be healthy, but you also want me to eat it out of a plastic tray, and you want me to microwave it? Come on, man. What about the microplastics in my balls and in my brain? I just looked at the ingredient list in this food. It's terrible. Oh. You can get it pureed. Look, you can get it... Mmm. If I had to eat food that looked like this, I would be so depressed. I would be so depressed. Oh no, this. Oh no, this is sad to look at. Oh man. Hello, y'all. First time being here. Oh, we were just looking at some weird food. Welcome in. This is the Brain Domain. We did a presentation earlier. We do mental health, psychology. We did a presentation earlier on people pleasing. We were taking questions out of our anonymous question drop box. We kind of came in at a weird time where we were talking about this food company. Apparently, RFK Jr. is trying to make America healthy again by giving us all a subscription to Factor. Hello, Monkey Mike. Thank you, my friend. Have I studied psychology? I have my master's degree in psychology, so you could say I've studied it. In the time that I've streamed, we've answered 5,738 questions. That's where we're at. The AP article said many meals were way too high in sodium and sugar. See, that's a problem with most like prepackaged meals. It's like I like when people use their knowledge to help people answer questions. Me too. I've worked in the mental health field for a long time, and I got kind of burnt out working in it, just seeing like how much of a need there was and how many people were still struggling. And I wanted to take what I knew, which was mental health, psychology, and internet culture, and I wanted to try to meld them all together. And so now we do a psychology talk show on Twitch. My little cousin is getting her master's in psychology. I'm so proud of her. I remember when she spent the day making out with my hand at my brother's graduation. She was like 2 or 3. Hell yeah. I wonder what it's like in a master's program for psychology nowadays. There's a lot that they teach you that's pretty consistent. Like you're going to go over all the different diagnostics. You're going to go over the history. You're going to talk about theory. You're We're going to talk about all that normal stuff, but I just kind of wonder how much like new, like trendy stuff gets worked into the curriculum these days. I live in Europe, and even though we have a great healthcare system, we have a big lack of available psychologists. You know, we've got quite a few Europeans in here. They're there, they're around, and they've told me the same thing. It's like we have, you know, free, accessible healthcare, but sometimes just the wait is awful. There's just so much of a demand and not enough accessible resource. And so this is why I like to do it on the internet, because, you know, talk to all sorts of people. Not as a replacement for therapy. You know, I'm not a replacement for therapy, but I like to consider this place more of like an entry point, you know? Or as something that can help to, you know, get you through until you are able to actually get to see a therapist. My whole thing is I like to teach people on how to become better self-healers. That's what I'm all about. "100% horse girl." She had horses growing up. Whenever a person has horses growing up, it's like you can just tell. It's like it's a thing. Whenever I hear somebody tell me like, "Oh yeah, I had horses growing up," I'm like, I could already tell. You didn't need to tell me. I don't know what it is exactly, but you just know. Probably a lot of master's theses being written by AI now. There's a lot of people in school who are just using AI to do their work, and then there's teachers who are using AI to grade their work, and so it's kind of this really weird, precarious situation where we have AI grading itself. People will always struggle with certain things, and healing is never a good feeling, but once you've healed and you achieve some stage of healing, it feels great again. It's true. It's like, the thing about healing is that it can feel really rough in the beginning, but once you get that momentum going, and once things do start to get better, you start to seek it out. You start to crave it almost. You're like, all right, now how healed can I really be? But just like with many other things, getting started is the hardest part. You know, looking inwards and being alone with your thoughts and reflecting on your life and thinking about where you're headed in the future. It's like, these things don't have to be painful. Your mind can be a place of refuge. It does not need to be a place that you avoid. But I've met many people who tell me that they cannot stand to be left alone with their own thoughts. And if that's the case, shouldn't we change that relationship? Can't we find a healthier relationship with our own brain? We're stuck with it, aren't we? Might as well learn how to make things work. I can only imagine how frustrating it can be working in this field. Yeah, the thing about working in the mental health field is that progress often happens very slowly. You know, there's a lot of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and one of the most frustrating things about it is no matter what, you can't help somebody unless they want to help themselves. You know, and that's always rough. You know, it's like you can see the changes that a person might need to make that could result in all sorts of positives for them, but if they don't want to do it, if they're not ready to do it, Sometimes you have to try to sell somebody on the idea that life can be good, life can be better. And so, in some ways, I felt like working in the mental health field was kind of like being a salesperson. I'm trying to sell you on the idea that you're worth the work, that you can be redeemed, that things can get better for you, that life can be enjoyable, that you will know warmth and love and goodness. I do like composing fanfic, which just makes me wonder if anybody's done a fanfic about me. Write a fanfic about me doing therapy in outer space. I get abducted by aliens and then they take me to the Galactic Council and I help them resolve their issues with my powers. We have brought an Earthling from a faraway system who specializes in conflict resolution. He will end the 1,000 years of galactic warfare. I don't know, it's just little old me. All right. Caught up in the question box today. We had some good questions in the box. We had a fun presentation. So, my early teens, I believed I was dealing with depression and struggled with it for many years. Now at 28, I finally started therapy and it's been going really well. My therapist recently diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and that changed everything. It was incredibly difficult to process this new perspective. On one hand, it felt like a relief to finally have an explanation for so much of what I've been through, but at the same time, realizing that I was in a completely different place than I had thought, that I hadn't figured out the way I believed, was really hard to come to terms with. That type of understanding, you know, like, the way I look at diagnosis is it's more important to understand, like, what are my symptoms? What am I working through? What am I actually treating? But, diagnosis does have its important place. It can help things to make sense. It can kind of give us a new perspective on how to look at our experiences. But I do just want to let you know that you are more than just your diagnosis. The human brain is a remarkable, complicated, incredible piece of machinery. The cool thing about your brain is that if you give it the care and attention and work that it needs, you can do some really beautiful things with it, even if you've historically struggled. Why the F is the new DSM not out yet? Well, part of the reason why it takes them so long to put out a new DSM is because there's a lot of discussion that goes into that. There's a lot of, argument over like, what do we need to put in? What changes do we need to make? There's also a lot of, there are also a lot of practitioners that are in favor of abandoning the current diagnostic model and utilizing a different model where it's called high top. It's a hierarchical topological. Basically, it's about focusing on different symptoms. Rather than giving somebody a specific diagnosis, you're like, all right, you've got this symptom, and this symptom. Because the problem with the current diagnostic system is that you can have multiple different people with the same exact diagnosis, but with a different set of symptoms because there's just so much overlap. You can also, you go to different doctors and they might give you different diagnoses depending on what they see. You might go see somebody and they're like, this sounds like schizoaffective disorder. You might go see somebody else and they're like, this sounds like bipolar disorder with psychotic features. You go to somebody else and they're like, oh, this actually sounds like dysthymia, and maybe they were dealing with adjustment disorder. There's any number of different ways to explain things using diagnosis. But at the end of the day, it's about you training your brain to work for you rather than against you. That's it. A diagnosis does not need to be a life sentence. It's just a way to quantify what is it that I'm dealing with. We were talking the other day about what makes somebody sane versus what makes somebody not sane. A lot of that just has to do with what's normalized for you and what you expect of people. There are definitely places that I could go where people might look at me funny and they might think that I'm a little bit crazy. Anyway, it's all about finding what works for you. What can bring you peace of mind? What can bring you satisfying, fulfilling connections with other people? What can enable you to know more joy and love and happiness in life? Just want to show you this real quick. Oh, Tanner's here. Tanner, where you been? Never really thought about or engaged with topics like this until life forced me to. My son was 3 days old. He suffered multiple strokes. One of the consequences of the resulting brain damage is autistic behavior, and he was later diagnosed with level 3 autism. That experience, I've learned that no mental health condition ever looks the same in everyone. Each person's experience is unique, and that changed the way I see everything. And that's common for a lot of people. A lot of people don't really think about this type of stuff until they know somebody that it affects. So, welcome to the discussion. This one's for the psychology nerds out there. If you're a psychology nerd, high top, hierarchical taxonomy of psychopathology. This is basically just a combined effort of practitioners from all over the place, scientists, clinicians, counselors, and they're working on a different way to break down diagnosis that goes outside of the current model. And the gist of it is, because I don't want to overcomplicate it because it's already kind of complicated, because diagnosis is complicated, you're looking at different types of symptoms, and then you're seeing like where the person falls in line with these types of symptoms. Do they have physical symptoms? Do they have internal symptoms? External symptoms? Is it thought disorder? Is it detachment? And then you kind of see like, which of these do I have, so that you know what it is that you need to treat. And so it's less about like, what disorder do you have? And it's more about which of these symptoms are you dealing with? But as you can see, trying to quantify and classify the human brain and all of the different types of symptoms it can be dealing with is a complicated thing. I just looked this up and it feels so much better than the DSM-5. Yeah, like anybody who's ever had to work in the mental health field, or you've ever had to do diagnostic work, or you've ever had to work with the DSM, it's like you realize that it's like, I don't know. There were just so many people that I would work with, and I would look at their case file and I would see the diagnosis that was on their record, and I was just like, huh, okay, interesting. They're diagnosed with this. That's interesting. I've seen people get denied services because they had the wrong diagnosis. I've seen people get denied benefits because they didn't have a diagnosis that would make them eligible for the benefits. Even though they had the symptoms, they didn't have the diagnosis. Let me just show you an example here. Let's look at the DSM symptoms of depression. When you look at the DSM symptoms of depression, what you're going to see is you can have different people that are both depressed, but they have completely different symptoms. So the rule here is that one of the symptoms has to be one of these first two. You either have the depressed mood most of the time, or you have that anhedonia, that loss of pleasure. But then when it comes to all of the other symptoms, significant weight loss or an increase in appetite. You might lose weight, you might gain weight. You might be restless and fidgety. You might be fatigued and exhausted. You might sleep too much. You might not sleep at all. And So this is why the current diagnostic system is unreliable. And this is just one example, but the reason why we have the current diagnostic system is because if I'm working with a patient and then I'm going to go send you off to work with somebody else, and they can know what you're dealing with at a glance because they see the diagnosis and they can kind of, make some assumptions. But as you can see here, it can be different. Now, depression is a bit more straightforward. It gets more complicated when you start talking about some of the other types of diagnosis. Diagnosis for depression, pretty straightforward, but it still has its own room for confusion. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to that were showing the signs and symptoms of depression, but they were just like, well, wait a second, I'm not depressed, I'm not sad, like, I can't be depressed, you're supposed to be sad when you're depressed, right? It's like, no, being sad is not actually a requirement for being depressed. My therapist once told me depression will always take the things you enjoy the most first. Yeah, depression is kind of like a gas leak. It's like you don't notice that there's a problem until it's really bad. It just kind of slowly snuffs out like your ability to enjoy things. It's like maybe food just doesn't taste as good, or the things that you used to do for fun just don't hit like they used to. And it just kind of slowly builds up. I was diagnosed with OCPD and ADHD, obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Ooh, brother, that's kind of rare. That's a rare one. I haven't encountered too many OCPDs in my day. It said taking meds for almost 2 years. I'm 95% sure it's maybe autism and ADHD. When you say AUDDHD, that just makes my brain reads it as gold DHD. I'm reading the periodic table. If my homies were bothering to call, I wouldn't be depressed. Maybe your homies are depressed waiting for you to call them, brother. The thing about obsessive compulsive personality disorder, because that's what OCPD is, it's different than regular OCD. It's basically OCD except for your interpersonal relationships. It's OCD, but just in, there are rules, like there are guidelines. Relationships are supposed to go this specific way. And I could very easily see how autism, because autism, one of the symptoms of that is like, there are rules that must be followed. You have this very intense sense of like, this is the way things are supposed to go. I could very easily see how those would be confused. What exactly is OCPD? Let me go ahead and explain it a little bit more clearly. So you're probably familiar with OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder. That's when a person has these stressful thoughts, these obsessive thoughts, and then in order to feel a sense of relief, they engage in a compulsive behavior to reduce that stress. That's OCD. OCPD is basically just the obsessive compulsive nature, but related to your relationships. I tried messaging, nobody responded. Maybe they're just too depressed. thing about OCPD is it's not particularly common. It's probably also pretty hard to get a diagnosis for it. People with OCPD, okay, it's characterized by an intense, pervasive preoccupation with orderliness, perfectionism, and control, both mental and interpersonal. People with OCPD may be rigid and stubborn, insisting that others do things according to their strict standards. They may exhibit these behaviors at the expense of flexibility, openness, and efficiency, which can also be a symptom of autism. Is this my mother? No, this is Patrick. Rule adherence in autism could be a childhood trauma response. It's true. And the thing to remember about the way that manifests is that it also comes in levels. Like for some people, it's, they're rigid, but, it's not gonna be, that big of a deal. Other people, very rigid, very inflexible. It's like, well, I lent you a pen 5 years ago and you never gave me that pen back. So unfortunately, I can never trust you again because you've proven yourself to be untrustworthy. For some people, it's very rigid, very inflexible, and it's very disruptive in their ability to make and form relationships. The thing about OCPD is I could definitely see people getting diagnosed with this, and because let's just look at some of the symptoms. Preoccupation or fixation with details, rules, schedules, organization, and lists. Perfectionism that interferes with completion of a task. People with OCPD often demonstrate a sense of righteousness about the way things should be done. Excessive devotion to work and productivity, not due to financial necessity, resulting in neglect of leisure activities and friends. Excessive conscientiousness, fastidiousness, and inflexibility regarding ethical and moral issues and values. An unwillingness to throw out worn out or worthless objects, even those with no sentimental value. Reluctance to delegate or work with other people, unless those other people agree to do things exactly the right way. A miserly approach to spending for themselves and others, because money is something to be saved for future disasters. See, the thing about this is... Whoa! $50 gifted? Jenska with the 50 gifted. Holy cow, thank you so much. Woo! Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh, Tanner got one? Good. Who got one? Who got one? Let's hear it. Thank you so much. Dirt or bust with the gifted sub. Let's go. In looking at this personality disorder, what does this remind you of? This reminds me of old people that have been through, unstable times. Maybe you lived through war, maybe you lived through the Depression. It's just kind of a way that you cope with the conditions of the world. Now, I said that this one was rare, and the thing is that it's actually pretty prevalent in the general population. I just haven't seen it so much firsthand because whenever I worked in mental health, the people had like severe and persistent mental illness. I saw a lot of people with major depressive disorder, a lot of people with schizophrenia, a lot of people with bipolar disorder or borderline personality disorder, but you don't normally see people with OCPD like hanging out at the community mental health center. This is one of those conditions where for a lot of people, it might not be too disruptive to their functioning. And for some of these people, it might make you actually, I don't have time for treatment. I'm too busy working. You know? And so the thing that I always find interesting and the thing that I always need to remind myself of is a lot of people don't ever go to treatment. And some diagnoses are much more livable at a baseline than others. That's not to say that this isn't disruptive, but it might not be disruptive enough to get somebody to go and actually seek treatment for it. And you see that pretty commonly with most of the personality disorders. Some of the personality disorders, you're going to see a lot of them in treatment, but for others, you might not ever, even though they are pretty common. You said that working in that field frustrated you in some way. Was there a specific diagnosis that made you feel struggling for any reason? Sorry if I'm too curious. Nay, no apologies. No apologies. It's all good. It wasn't so much any diagnosis. I was comfortable working with people with any diagnosis. What frustrated me more was like the system itself, It wasn't the people that I worked with, it wasn't the diagnosis, it wasn't any of those things. The people that you work with, that's what makes the job worth doing. But it's the system itself. The mental health care system is just so gutted. There's just so much to do and so little resource and access. Burnout is a huge problem in the mental health industry. That's part of why it can be so difficult to get treatment, or why you might have to wait for so long to get treatment. Live in America? Yes, I live in America. I'm not familiar with the American healthcare system in detail. Well, the largest provider of mental health care in the United States is the prison system. So we'll just drop that fact on you to begin. Aside from that, a majority of people who get mental health care are on federal assistance for that, such as Medicaid or Medicare, which they recently gutted. Part of the plan to make America great again was to enact an undue amount of suffering on the most vulnerable within our population, but what else is new? The thing about healthcare in America is that we have some of the best in the world if you can get it. We have some of the best mental health care out there, but it's a problem of access. You have to be able to afford it. And that's why I like to give it away for free, because it should be. It should be given away for free. Like, why do we have to monetize everything? It just makes me feel so dirty to charge people to make their life better. It's like, hey, I see that you're suffering. I can help you with that, but you gotta pay me first. It's like, this system sucks. The system sucks. I believe that healthcare, including mental health care, should be a human right. I feel like nobody should be forced to suffer, especially when we have the means to help them. You know, we don't need landlords and yacht owners. What we need are humans. We need humanity. I've been having random computer issues and have been overdue for a clean wipe and install of my operating system. I've been dealing with the annoyances for months because doing the legwork of backing up my stuff to an external drive, finding all the install files for the things I use regularly, finding all the utility tools to remove the AI shit and bloatware programs they ship with the default installer, it seemed like a mountain. Well, today I did the prep work. I have my stuff backed up. I have the list of programs I need. I have my customization utility ready to go. I have the thumb drive with the operating system installer ready to go. Once the stream ends, I'm going dark. Wish me luck, chat. This was always a very anxiety-inducing task. See y'all on the other side. Just one more thing, just make sure you got your network drivers. Just one more thing, just make sure you got your network drivers. I've found myself in a situation where you do a fresh install, and then for some reason the network drivers don't install properly, so you can't get on the internet on your computer, and you have no way to get the install because you can't connect to the internet, and so you have to download it on a different computer and then offload it onto a USB. So it might just be a good idea to get whatever network drivers you would need for your motherboard before you do that. You might not need them. You might not need them, but it's probably better to have them and not have them. In the country I live in, everyone is required to contribute a certain amount to the healthcare system. You know, they do that here too, but not everybody gets the benefit. What they do is they take money from us and then they say, you can have that back when you're old enough. Because we do have Medicare, which is only available to people who are, you know, you either have to meet the special requirements or you have to just be old enough. Because I've known people who had Medicare that weren't at the age threshold, so I know there are some special circumstances, but I'm not entirely familiar with what they are. So it's like, we already do it, and like, the thing that's really messed up is that universal healthcare would actually save us money. You know, people who are against it like to argue that it would cost too much or we wouldn't be able to pay for it. It's like, it would save us money. We lose a lot of productivity and we lose a lot of money by people just falling ill and then not being able to get the treatment that they need. You know, but if we were able to actually help them and provide them the care that they needed, that we wouldn't actually have to deal with so much of a loss. So anyway. Greed is a bad thing. The really nasty part about all of it is that they will claim that the people who access those public resources, they'll claim that they're just a drain on the system or that they're like a parasite or something, which is just so disgusting. Like, the dehumanization is just so disgusting, the way that they treat people. But the irony in all that is that we do have many parasites within our system that really are affecting us, but it's not poor people. It's the landlords, it's the pharmaceutical companies, the insurance companies, it's the land speculators, it's the Airbnb owners, it's the billionaires. It's like, oh, we've got parasites, all right. But we need to just stop blaming the poor, which is what we've always done. Anyway, row, row, fight the power. Son's first 3 weeks of life costed the system 50k euros. They paid 100% without even questioning. And doesn't that just give you so much peace of mind? Like, the thing that people don't fully understand is that when you live in America and you don't have that safety net, that wears on you. That perpetual lingering anxiety of what happens if I get sick? I could lose everything. I could lose my house, I could lose my job, I could lose everything. Even if that doesn't happen, that anxiety is still constantly eating at you. It's negatively impacting your quality of life. Just the fear of what if? What happens if I fall and there's no one there to catch me? I think there are things that we could do to make America great, but what we're doing is sure isn't it. Sure isn't it. I think you can really judge a society based on how it treats the most vulnerable members of its population. And look how we treat our most vulnerable members of our population. We're stripping all their benefits away. We're killing them. So yeah, that should make you angry. But at least now we know where we can channel some of that anger towards. The thing that really frustrates me is that people will, they'll look out and they'll be like, well, yeah, they do it in this other country, but that couldn't possibly work here. That couldn't possibly work in the United States. It's like, why? Why wouldn't it? It just sounds to me like you don't want to do it. Like we could do all those things. People could be taken care of. We don't need to have homelessness. We don't need people to, have medical bankruptcy. We don't need people refusing treatment because they can't afford to take it. We don't need people taking fucking Ubers to the emergency room. Do you think that one day they're just gonna wake up and decide to be nice to us? I don't think so. I think just like everything else, if we want it, we're gonna have to fight for it. Dead honest, if I would have had to worry about the financial things as well, I probably wouldn't be here anymore. And that's the sad reality of what happens in America. Not a lot of people like to talk about it because it's really ugly, but it does happen. You have people out here who either end their own life or who annihilate their whole family because of debt. And we could fix it. We could fix it, but it just sometimes doesn't feel like there's anybody fighting for us. I literally drove myself to the hospital when my appendix was on the verge of exploding just because I knew I would be able to afford the ambulance, right? It's like, who needs another $1,000 to $5,000 tacked onto my medical bill? Bankruptcy is an okay option per Mike from PA. Bankruptcy is a valid strategy, but only if you're able to make that work. Like, bankruptcy can be very devastating, but it's also very livable. Like, bankruptcy sucks, but it's definitely better than the alternative. You also can't declare bankruptcy on your student loans. It's like, I don't think they're getting that money back. If I'm being honest, I don't know if they're getting that money back. I think like 60% of people are not caught up on their student loan payments. They're not getting that money back. They're not getting that money back. What always gets me is when people get mad about the idea of student loan forgiveness and they're like, well, I paid off my student loans. Why should they forgive student loans? It's like, so you're telling me that like if you had to go through cancer treatment, you had to get chemo and then they ended up coming up with a cure for cancer, like you're going to get mad about it? You'd be like, how come they get a cancer treatment pill? I had to go through chemotherapy. It's like, missing the point, brother. Forgiving student loan debt could lift a lot of people out of poverty, and that's good for everybody. You know? That's good for everybody. Having poverty in your country serves no one. It's the leading contributor to crime. And then you realize that some organizational, institutional powers do like there to be crime and disorder because it gives them a reason to overstep their fascist virtues. They get to pump more money into the police. They get to, buy riot shields and tanks and pepper ball guns and drones and sniper rifles and all that fun stuff. Imagine having so much spite in you that you refuse progress just so others suffer as you have suffered. Yeah, we call those people J.K. Rowling. That's some turf behavior. Like, don't we want people who come to have it better than we did? Like, isn't that the whole point of technological advancement for future generations to have it easier than we did? Isn't that the whole point? People out here getting mad that people don't have it bad enough. They're like, no, they need to suffer as I've suffered. It's like, why? That's weird. Anytime anybody's just overly insistent that other people need to suffer, like they haven't done enough suffering, like I've suffered, they need to suffer more, it's like, you're a fucking freak. Like, why don't they want more people educated? Why do they want to shackle our best and brightest with a huge amount of debt? It's like, kind of makes you wonder. Kind of makes you get a little conspiratorial. Kind of makes you want to put on the tinfoil hat. It's almost like they want us vulnerable and undereducated, struggling. Capitalists are predators. It's true. Like, one of the unsettling truths about humanity is that we are a predatory species. Our eyes are fixated on the front of our head so that we can focus on the prey in front of us. We have predatory instincts. And some people live in such a way where they take those predatory instincts and they apply them to other people. You don't view other people as people, you view them as your prey. And so you see it all over the place in people who use and abuse others. This is why dehumanization is such a big problem, and this is why it shouldn't be tolerated. Anytime anybody speaks about other human beings in such a way where they reduce them to, like, you know, they call them animals or insects or anything, it's like, that's a tremendous red flag. Deporting immigrants who are doing a bunch of our labor is gonna fuck us up so bad. It's like, we really do just love fucking ourselves over, don't we? We have prisoners on it next. Oh yeah, we're bringing, we're just really taking full advantage of the 13th Amendment. One of the things that I like to remind people of is that slavery is still legal in the United States. We like to act like we outlawed slavery, but it still exists. It's still right there in the Constitution. You cannot be made a slave except if you've been convicted of a crime. If you've been convicted of a crime, they can make you a slave. That's literally right there in the Constitution. I would be such a terrible slave. I would be such a terrible slave. I think education should be a human right. I feel like it should be something that we give away for free. Like, why wouldn't we? Don't we want to be as smart and capable as we can be? Just doesn't make any sense. We want a population of people who are unable to get education, so they are more easily controlled and manipulated. All right, we got another question in the box, so we're gonna take this before we pop off because I'm getting hungry and I'm gonna go make some dinner. I work from home and I am feeling very isolated. Do you have any recommendations on how to build up the guts to go out and meet new people? Yes, I do. I got just the thing for you. First off, we need to take some time to give some consideration to what type of people do I want to meet. If I go out to a bar, like, that's a mixed bag. You can meet any type, any number of people at the bar. You know, you never know who you're gonna meet. If you're looking to make friends that are catered to a specific interest, you know, like maybe you like a certain game, maybe you have a certain hobby, you know, maybe you like to watch birds, maybe you like to play Magic the Gathering, you know, find people that also engage in that hobby. It's a great way to meet friends. You're already starting off on first base because you've got a mutual interest. Gives you something to talk about. When it comes to making friends, we want to start off not by trying to make friends with people, but just start off by making acquaintanceship with people. Get to know people's names. Recognize their faces. Meet them a few times. And then say, hey, you know, it's been nice hanging out here with you. You want to go do something sometime? You know, you want to go grab a bite to eat? You want to go see the new Superman movie? The thing about meeting new people and making friends is that it goes best when we do it organically. So if you're trying to go out and meet people, start off just by going out. Not even with the intention of making friends, but just going out. Just going out and being around people. Maybe I'll say hi to some people. Maybe I'll ask some people how their day is going. Maybe I'll even engage in a conversation or two. But we're taking it step by step, and we're focusing on letting things grow naturally. Because if we're trying to make friends, we don't want to come across as too pushy. We don't want to come across as overeager. That might scare people off. We want it to be low stakes. So, you know, find maybe a club, maybe a hobby shop, maybe some activity group, whatever it might be. There's all sorts of options. There's websites and apps that are all about, you know, finding local meetups. Those are all worth checking out. Go and recognize people's faces and learn their names and introduce yourself and meet with them and allow those things to grow. Before you know it, you'll have a friend. My therapist recommended that I add routines to my everyday life in order to regain some motivation, but I find it really difficult to follow a daily plan. In my manic phases, I do all the weekly tasks in one day, and during my depression, I cannot even get out of bed. How can I motivate myself? By working with what you've got that day. You can't be at 100% every day. Some days you're going to be at 10%, other days you're going to be at 70%, and you know, it might be a mixed bag. Some days you might feel like I can get a lot done, some days I feel like I can't do anything at all. And that's okay. It's about meeting yourself where you're at. She's gonna give me one daily to do, leave the house once daily, and when it's just going around the block and going back home, but sometimes I'm just not able to, then step it back a little bit. You know, like okay. The way that I look at it is this. If you have a goal for yourself, but that goal feels too big, then break that goal down into smaller goals. If going outside and walking around the block feels like too big of a goal, then let's break it down. Let's start off by having my first goal. Let's sit up. Let's put our pants on. Let's go to the door. Let's step outside. Break it down into smaller goals. Take it step by step. This is really important to do, especially when we're feeling depressed and we're having a hard time being motivated. Don't worry about the end goal. Don't worry about the final outcome. Just worry about that next step that you're trying to take. You know, don't worry about the whole walk. Just worry about what's right in front of you. Because the thing about depression is really good at telling you that you can't do stuff. It's really good at making you feel like you can't do stuff or that things are impossible. And so a certain part of overcoming depression involves proving yourself wrong. Take it one step at a time. If the goal you're working on feels too big, break it down into smaller goals. That's all you gotta do. You'd be surprised just how far you can go once you start to build up a little bit of momentum. Getting started is the hardest part because you're looking ahead and you're trying to wrap your mind around all of the work that you'll need to do, every step that you'll need to take to get to where you're trying to go, and it feels overwhelming and it makes us shut down and not do anything. So what we want to try to do is just focus on that next step. If that step's too big, break it down into smaller steps. Trying to get the ball rolling, trying to get that momentum going. So if your goal feels too big, just break it down into smaller goals. Kind of like what I was talking about with the questioner here. It's like the goal should not be, I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk to 5 people and I'm going to make a friend and I'm going to get somebody's phone number and then I'm going to set up a time where we can go and hang out. It's like, too much. We just need to focus on one thing at a time. If I'm trying to go out and meet people, I should focus on going out first. One more thing. Some days it'll feel really hard to do whatever it is you need to do. On those days, that difficulty is what emphasizes the importance of doing that thing. On those days when you don't want to go out, when you don't want to go on that walk, when you don't want to talk to a friend, when you don't want to take a shower, when you don't want to do the things you need to do, that means it's especially important to do those things. Those are the days where you break patterns. Those are the days where you make progress. Like a saying we used to have in therapy, those days when you don't want to go to therapy, those are always the most important days to go to therapy. Alrighty. Oh, it's getting late. Alright, it's 7:20. I need to go eat dinner. I'm getting hungry. So what you're saying is to just trust my intuition, and what I'm subconsciously sensing is perfectly fine if I'm not stopped losing the goal and trying to get up again when I have more mental capacity. You know, what I think is just take it one step at a time. Just one step at a time. If going out and going on a walk feels too much, then break it down into smaller bits. You know? It's kind of like whenever people have a dirty house and they need to clean their house, but they feel overwhelmed because they're like, well, where do I even start? I've got too much work to do, and so you feel overwhelmed, and so you just don't even get started, and then nothing ends up getting done. Sometimes you just gotta pick a corner. Sometimes you just gotta pick a corner. You gotta pick something. Just start there. And then let that momentum carry you into the next step. Your therapist said the same thing about, oh yeah, it's true. It's true, because it's those days when you really don't want to go to therapy. That's a good sign that you're on the cusp of making some pretty important breakthroughs. But the thing that our brains do is we like to resist change, even if it's good change. And so we might be getting to a point in our therapeutic healing journey where we're making some really important change, but our brain will be like, nah, I don't want to go today. That's why those are the days where you really do want to go. Those are the days where stuff really happens. Those are the days where you make things start clicking into place. I thought you were going to show the fuck it video. You know, when all else fails, that also falls true. You know, that's a good fallback.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill.
She told me it can be understood like this. You know you're physically capable, but something blocks you. It's true. That's what depression will do. Depression is a liar. Depression will mislead you. Depression will make you believe that think you can't do things, even if it's simple stuff. And so that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, in that part of overcoming depression is proving yourself wrong. You want to be wrong about those things. Like, oh, well, I believed that I couldn't do it. I was wrong. You want to be wrong. But sometimes we don't want to be wrong. We want to avoid being wrong. It feels bad. But in those cases, we want to be wrong. We want to prove ourselves wrong. I could get up. I can do that stuff. One more thing before we go, since we're just talking about depression. Just one more thing for you. When you learn how your own depression operates, when you learn the ways that it manifests, you learn the ways that it comes about in your thinking, you learn to recognize it, you understand it, that's how you beat it. When you can learn to recognize when it's depression doing the thinking, you're like, okay, well, that's coming from my depression, so what I want to do is actually the opposite thing. If depression is saying, I'm no good, just stay in bed, don't even bother, why try? I want to recognize that's depression talking, so I'm going to do the opposite. I could do this with anxiety usually. With depression, it's been trickier, but sometimes the more you practice it, the better you get at it. You learn to sniff it out. You're like, okay, that's depression talking, so I need to do the opposite. Just keep going further and further into that skill. You just learn to observe your emotions instead of... You learn how to respond rather than react. It's like creating more space for yourself inside your mind. Thank me. No, thank you. Thanks again for those gifted subs. Thank you so much. We're glad you found your way here. Glad you had a good time. That'll be it for me today. We'll be back again tomorrow. With more. I hope you'll have a wonderful night. Thank you all for being here. You're all awesome. Thank you all so much. Hope you'll have a great night. Take good care. Have some fun. That's a rule. Have fun or else. Is there a Discord? Sure is. Sure is. Love you all. Bye. Yep, period. All right. Bye, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I feel like we did a good one today. What do you think? I feel like we did pretty good today, huh? Pretty good gosh darn stream, I tell you what.